could just keep silent. That's also an option.
Yes.
Hi.
How's it going?
Just breaking. We have something is happening on the Black Tower Games Adventures of Athoria channel. We are starting a new session, a chapter, specifically chapter 98. Hey guys, welcome back to Tuesday Dungeons and Dragons.
Woo.
Yeah, I know, no one gets excited for the news, but it's important.
This news sucks.
So, cool. Just letting you know, Jace, your screen looks like image vomit to me. I don't know if that's just me or the stream, because my Discord has been doing some weird things, apparently.
Look at the stream on my phone and everything looks fine.
I'm gonna remember image vomit as something to say to someone.
Yeah.
You image.
Your outfit looks like an image vomit.
It's a vulgar insult.
Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, guys. Hey, welcome back to Tuesday Dungeons and Dragons in the Adventure of Athoria with our wonderful cast here, minus one member of the cast. But, yeah. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so yeah, I guess that weird image vomit is just me. Don't know why that is. Okie dokie. So, yes, all the image vomit conversation and stuff has got me all mixed up now. So, when last we met off with our group, the Silver Knights of the Mythal, you guys had wrapped up some stuff back at home in Ariellen, headed over to Godwin's place, and formally accepted the quest to head to the Autumn Realm in an attempt to find a large fragment of a fallen star, which he says can be used to craft an item that can grant wishes, or at least a wish or something of that nature. With the casting of some spells, Godwin teleported himself, plus all of you, to the Feywild. And you guys appeared in a remote section of the Amber Forest, apparently near the barony of the Moonlit Grove. And after wandering a little bit of time, coming across one of the woodland protectors, a massive Trent, you guys made your way into the small riverside village of Glimmerbrook, which lies near the border of the forest in this particular area, and stayed there at a local tavern run called the Shimmering Hearth, run by a very odd, strangely nice dwarven fellow named Bardrin. After sampling some of the local spirits, you guys attempted a short rest or a long rest, and then awake in what you think is morning, as the light outside has gone from like the silver and blue of deep night to the soft glow of early morning. But as you guys awake, you feel remarkably refreshed, as if you guys had slept for an extended period of time. And any sores or the ruggedness of travel has just kind of washed off you. As you guys kind of move a little bit, you know, like your back and bones pop a whole bunch because you were so relaxed. And kind of rise with the day, ready to continue your journey. All of you actually get an inspiration that you guys can use at some point until your next long rest.
Pick that.
Well, then.
It's awfully suspicious,
you.
though, that we had a very good long rest for no reason.
It's almost like the DM giving you potions right before a great battle.
Or we
Or
slept for a
perhaps-
week and we don't know it yet.
The nature of the Feywild has just blessed your regular, normal people constitutions.
That
Last
would
time
mean
you
Yon.
guys went bathing in fairy water, you guys all came out with magic powers. I'm just telling you.
But that would also mean that Yandri would be used to it, so he wouldn't get an inspiration, right?
No, I've been in the prime for so long that my body had to readjust.
Oh man,
That's
the
fair.
First couple of nights in the first month in the prime must have sucked. This feels terrible. I hate it here.
Yeah. But if you inquire, Yandre can tell you that this isn't necessarily unheard of. And he leaves it at that. I suppose that he could tell you that there are other like every realm in the Feywild has some kind of effect on the body just by being there. And some of the Fey realms can be pretty wild with some of their effects. Thankfully, Autumn's is generally pretty good. He would also tell you that sometimes you guys can go for days without needing to eat or drink. It's just, you never really know how it affects you.
Yandre, can I get very, very, very inebriated in the Feywild and wake up without a hangover?
I mean, you could probably do that in the spring.
When
Autumn-
the autumn.
Autumn is just kind of rejuvenating. Think of it as like sitting next to a warm fire with like a cup of tea or coffee, depending on in the morning. You just kind of feel relaxed and feel good about it. If you're looking for something to be like, I want to get smashed as much as possible, spring is probably the area you want to go to.
Or the ever-burning hearth.
The ever-burning hearth is here in the autumn, but it's not directly where we're headed.
But I feel like great this morning and I drank like normal last night. So if I drink really heavily, would I not feel this great?
No,
I'm gonna have to test this out. I'm not sure if I believe you.
you can test it if you want to. I'm just telling you, you probably won't feel the best way that you think you are now. You didn't get incredibly inebriated last night. You just kind of drank normal. And when you woke up, you felt really good. You can still put yourself under and still be incredibly drunk and not wake up feeling as good as you are now.
I didn't hear most of those words, but I did hear your challenging me.
How was that for
I will-
everybody?
I will set out to find the answer one of these evenings.
Did I cut out for everybody?
No, he was making a joke.
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, no, that was Bull Red completely not listening.
He was disassociating.
Great. Keandre like puts a little note. Make sure you have lesser restoration ready just in case.
Yeah, so Ari, move your mouth but don't say anything for about 5 seconds. Yeah, that was the Volred experience.
Okay, so we all feel great. How far away is the Sea of Stars? Like, are we close?
I mean, you guys have to cross the entire northern section of the continent,
Yeah,
which, due to ferry travel, is surprisingly not as far as you might think.
we're still about a day and a half to 2 days out.
Great.
Cool. So we should probably start moving then.
We should. We do have to go through the Amber Forest, and then, we might hit Duskwood. We're gonna try to avoid that one as much as possible, but then we should hit the Sundown Shores.
So, like a shore, do they have good beaches there?
The beaches are phenomenal there.
I look forward to this.
Good.
I say let's go. I'm good to go.
Okay. Are we all ready to leave?
Yeah, let's get going.
Okay. So, as you guys descend down into the central belly of the Shimmering Hearth, have some breakfast, which appears to be some kind of fish creature. It's kind of like the rainbow fish children's book, where it's got a little bit of Technicolor and some shimmery scales type stuff. You're
Rainbow.
Yeah,
trout.
but more
like a rainbow trout.
sure.
Only
I don't
more
do fishing.
rainbowy.
That's not my thing. Only more rainbowy. Yes. And right now I see Rab's face. He's going to start finding a whole bunch of GIFs and images, and let me go ahead and just start
Mute the chat.
muting.
Commence the memes.
The preparation. We love it.
It's a gif of a rainbow trout.
Yeah, preparation F. Okay, so, yeah, you could think of it like a trout, only more like rainbow colored. Yeah, served with a variety of spices that, you don't know what they are.
Don't look at it,
I didn't
Eric.
do that one because no one ever was like, don't ever do that one because that one's in case like there's an issue with the string. And so you're posting it.
Oh,
it's
sorry,
wrong.
I'm posting in the wrong one. I'm sorry. Let me go post it in the right one.
Oh god. So, anyway, you guys have your breakfast, discuss your plans. Those two kind of halfling or gnomish gentlemen, that look identical are kind of coming in, and they're having some conversation and food and talking. So you pack up your shit and start heading out westward-ish in that direction. And if I heard you correct, Yandra, you said you're going to attempt to continue to take them west through the Amber Forest. I assume you're just trying to avoid the Crimson Plains as much as possible.
I'm trying to. I'm sorry, I can't see. Can't really see the name on this one. It's Gordfell. I'm trying to avoid Gordfell.
Yeah, so that's like in the center of the Crimson Plains.
Yeah, so we can still cut through the Crimson Plains, just northwest of it. Mm-hmm. But I am intentionally trying to avoid Gordfell.
Okay. Yeah, which would, make totally good sense. My printer just, I guess, decided that has something it wants to say. Let's see here. Yeah, it's just trying to sit here. There's no major settlements along that road, so that should be pretty safe then. All right, so yeah, you kind of head southwest, making your way towards the Sundown Shores and avoiding Gordfell as much as possible. Easy enough to do. Go ahead and roll me a survival check.
Will do. Do I get it at advantage because I know this place?
No. You just don't get it at disadvantage.
17.
17. Okay. One thing real quick. Okay. Yep. Pretty good then. So, you continue along the road fairly well until you guys start reaching kind of the edge of the Amber Forest. and just kind of continue to follow it kind of westerly from there, taking care to avoid getting too deep within the forest itself. In kind of the what you assume to be late morning, you pass an individual, actually a pair of individuals, um, in these kind of one of them is like a massive 8 foot tall bear person carrying this large axe that's like almost as big as Kelmac, and just kind of lumbering side to side, wearing like this black or this red and green plaid shirt, like flannel, and just kind of moving. And standing next to him is this Eladrin figure, similar like high like elven features, similar to Yandre. Though he wears this kind of blood red coat that is vaguely reminiscent of Yandre's, and has this kind of flowing golden blonde hair. As they kind of pass you, they just kind of nod, gesture, and then continue along their way. And no need to accost. Yandre, just pointing this out, you would be aware that his particular clothing is unique to the Harvest Moon. Obviously, so he would have been a member, someone affiliated with the barony, perhaps.
Okay.
But yeah. You guys do occasionally hear some sounds deeper off in the forest, but Yandre seems to pick up on them and then kind of deftly changing directions from time to time. There's weird instances where Yandre kind of takes you in what looks like the complete opposite direction you should be going, and yet somehow gets you there faster. But before you guys kind of reach midday, you guys are cresting through kind of the western end of the Amber Forest. And as you guys kind of come up on a little bit of a rise and a hill and start looking your way south, you see this massive expanse of rolling hills stretching out as far as your eyes can see. In the far distance, you see, perhaps like to the south and west of you, some trees that take on a slightly more red-purple hue, but it's hard to tell for certain due to the distance. But the ground is just littered, like waves and waves of amber and crimson-colored grass that just flows like a sea. You guys can also spot, looking far to the south, this kind of large kind of spire, like a castle, perhaps in the distance. And then even beyond that, you see just the silhouette of this massive shape that rises hundreds, if not thousands of feet into the sky. And from this point, almost as though it like disappears into the clouds. Hard to tell exactly what it looks like. But those of you with decent eyesight, which I guess would be Volred, could tell it almost kind of looks like this really wide tower-like object, but the tower has to be hundreds of feet in diameter. But anyway, so
Is it black?
No, it is white. Yandra, you'd know that as the throne. So,
Giant toilet.
So
the
we're,
giant.
we're getting ready to enter the Crimson Plains. Those trees over there is where we're going to be headed. It's the Duskwood. We're going to try as best as we can to avoid that castle over there. That's Gordfell. And so if you see us moving towards it, we're going the wrong direction. But we're going to head towards, again, like it's kind of a reddish purple. Looks really nice. The fruit don't eat there, but it's a nice place.
So don't eat the fruit and don't go towards the tower.
Correct.
Alright, seems pretty simple.
How tall is that tower?
Well, are you talking about the castle that's in front of us, or the throne that's behind it?
Or the throne?
A tree.
Yeah.
Is what it is.
At least 20 feet.
Well, that's the throne of falling leaves. We are absolutely not going there. But I don't know if anybody's ascended the throne to know how tall it is. It just kind of disappears.
That is amazing.
Yeah. Trees, the leaves are always falling there. And so it's very scenic. Really pretty, but just not the place that we're going to go to today.
Also
Yes.
represents the exact middle of the realm of autumn.
You ready?
Yeah.
There's a lot of rolling plains here. I would recommend not actually rolling down them. Sorry, hills, not plains. But though it may seem fun, let's not do that either.
Gotcha.
You gain enough momentum, you just kind of keep rolling. I did it as a child, and it took a long time for me to stop. Eric, are we close enough to the western end of the Amber Forest that we might be able to stop an Amber Watch?
Close enough to the Amber Forest to stop and
So, like, as we're leaving the Amber Forest, are we closer to the western end of the edge, or are we just kind of coming out towards the middle?
You're coming out just a little bit west of the middle. If you went a little north, you would probably reach the Winding Vines. So I would say you're probably about, roughly half the distance of Moonlit Grove and Amber Watch, which means you're making a little bit faster time than you originally estimated.
So with that information, I might just say we cut to Amber Watch versus going to the Duskwood.
Okay. I mean, that would make sense. Okay. So, all right. So as you guys kind of make your way towards Amber Watch, you see kind of towards the far western end of the Crimson Plains, as you're getting towards the sundown shores. You kind of come through a series of woods and start seeing a bit of a town ahead of you. It's got these kind of white and tan cobblestone buildings, kind of roughly plastered over with these kind of red to orange kind of terracotta tiles that cover everything. It is walled. And looks to be perhaps a bustling market town. And you can see kind of from your side coming out of it, this kind of massive, actually paved road that kind of cuts through, and it does seem to be traveled along by travelers. Yandra, you'd know this place as Crimson Grove. Which I'm not sure if it is or isn't in your notes.
I know I'm currently looking to see. I don't think it is.
Yeah, because it's one of the smaller settlements. But it is the main trade hub between Gordfell and Amberwatch, taking kind of places. And so it's therefore kind of a popular stopping spot for merchants. Which better or worse, it is still, it's a member of the barony of the Harvest Moon, though, but a big enough place if you wanted to stop there, or if you guys want to go through. You can tell, Yandere, at this point, sun looks like it might be getting a little low in the sky. Lower than already.
So we can continue to push through, but there's a little spot right over here called the Crimson Grove. It's known for its trade, but there's a lot of like really talented artists and craftsmen there. People make a lot of materials and kind of take in the art inspired by the autumn. We could stop there, or we can continue to push forward and try to get to Amberwatch.
How much of a time crunch are we really on?
It's not necessarily a time crunch. It's just more not being in the Sundown Shores is not the best opportunity for me. But that doesn't mean that we can't stop. As long as we keep moving again tomorrow.
Yeah. Godwin kind of pipes up a little bit and goes, apologies, is there perhaps some reason why we shouldn't stop in the town?
Again, not necessarily this town. I'm just avoiding the hunt as much as possible.
Well, I, of course, know very little about this place, so if that is what you deem wise, I will, of course, defer to your expertise.
But how is everybody feeling?
I'm good to go. I just don't want
I'm fantastic.
press on you.
I feel great. I've been drinking all day. I'm kidding. I haven't drank yet. Let me just
Here's some water, since you haven't drank yet.
Well, I already have water. Can't you see I'm holding my water flask?
Did you fill it up in the last time?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we should label them better. Color.
We'll stop at the Crimson Grove.
Okay. No worries. Okay, so you make your way towards the Crimson Grove town, and kind of come in. You've been to this place a few times, Yandere, and like I said, it's a popular stop for those heading to Gordfell, between Gordfell and Amberwatch. And so you find kind of nestling through the narrow streets, as it's got essentially like a single wide thoroughfare pass-through street, where all kind of like the main drag is and most of the stuff. And then once you get off the main road, it's like little narrow European streets where like you're not fitting a wagon through there unless it's a push cart. But as you guys head into the more central area of the city, near the market, you find a familiar place, the Leaf Strider Inn, which has this kind of charming, cozy look to it, with kind of the very heavy nature aesthetic. There's large kind of crates and barrels and stuff out in the front that are just kind of like overfilling with produce. And all of you will notice this, but Yandere specifically, as you're kind of glancing around and starting to notice some people dressed up in slightly nicer finery, you also start to see some people wearing masks. Letting you know it appears as though the Harvest Festival is fast approaching. Which, I mean, happens like every month here, so.
I feel so out of place. If only I had a mask right now.
Shame.
I'm sorry, what?
Look at everyone. They're wearing masks. I wish I had a mask right now.
You do have the hat of disguise.
Oh, good call. I put my hat of disguise on, and I give myself my old mask.
Okay.
Hey, Andre, is there a reason why everyone's wearing masks? Or not everyone. Some people are.
Um, without knowing the days specifically, um, it's hard to tell, but I do believe the Harvest Festival is coming up.
Are like all these masks different, or are they like a generic theme?
So I would imagine there's some differences in there. There's probably like a similar aesthetic, like with leaves and like certain colors, like red, orange, and like earthy tone adornment.
And some of them are dressed up kind of like different monsters and stuff. It's got kind of a trick or treat Halloween type vibe, but everyone is wearing them, even the adults.
Okay, so it's
So
masks then.
Yes, but they're not like in full costume, but some of them have masks, and some of them are carved and quite nice. Some of them appear handmade.
Neat.
So, did you want us to go try to find somewhere to stay? It is getting dark, but it does get a little more lively once night shows.
I say we find a place to stay. That way, when we are wandering around and anybody gets separated due to shenanigans, they can go back to where they know they're supposed to go.
I like the plan.
it's a good plan. One of our best.
Top 5.
Great. We could probably just find a place here. We can just check out the Leaf Strider Inn, and I'll see if they have any available rooms.
So, yep, heading in, you find the kind of densely packed Leaf Strider Inn. It's got the vibe of like an old apothecary's type place. You can hear lots of laughter and song and the clinking of glassware and plates and cutlery inside. The whole place has this kind of earthy smell mixed with herbs and incense. As you kind of make your way to the front counter, which is in this kind of odd, kind of indigo painted color, with these kind of somewhat gaudy gold accents. You find the proprietor, an Eladrin woman, with kind of raven black hair and emerald eyes. Part of the hair in the front is left back. The rest of it is kind of tied back in a bit of a bun. And as she's kind of looking around, she's got lots of dangly bits in her earrings, and it looks like she's got some kind of tattoos coming up her neck as well. Really long fingernails. She kind of glances around. Ah, wonderful. Patrons. Well, we are a little full considering the Harvest Festival, but assuming you don't mind getting a larger room, I suppose I could make some space. All in Sylvan, of course.
Yes. What room do you have available then?
Well, depending on how many are traveling with you, I have a couple of the merchant suites available. They sleep up to 8. I also have one of our Pumpkin King suites. It's generally intended for one individual plus a small retinue, but large enough to sleep 6 comfortably. Has the widest available amendments. But I'm afraid that one would cost you 10 suns per evening.
And what was the 8?
Well, if you take one of the merchant suites, it's still quite nice, but it's made to house people. I could do that one for maybe 12 shards.
Let's take that one.
Very well, very well. Let's see here. And she kind of starts writing in a book and then kind of slides it over to you. Name, please.
Yandere looks back at the group and just kind of takes like a quick premise of how far they are.
Do I notice this?
I mean, if you want to be present for this conversation, yes.
Does Yandere look distressed or just looking at us?
Not necessarily distressed, but just kind of like glancing to see if anybody's really paying attention to what he's saying and what he's doing.
It's Sylvan
I
May,
do
so-
nothing. I didn't sense any concern.
So Yandere will look back to her and just say, "You can put it under Kelmec R."
Kind of writes it in. Very well. And let's see. That should do it. And she kind of hands over this kind of brass color key. Elegant filigree and such. Kind of the tip of it has kind of a vague, like pumpkin shape to it. Kind of twisted filigree from the vine. Yes, very well. And would you be requiring pumpkins for the tribute?
Yes.
Very well. How many should I have sent to your room?
6, please.
Very well. Do you also need the carving implements as well? I have some I could lend.
I feel like we have a good amount of sharp objects, so I will leave that as a no.
Very well. No worries. Feel free to keep them there in the room. If you do require anything, feel free to let me know. We also have a deal with a local mask seller, so that if you are needing something for tonight's festivities, you can come here. Otherwise, there's plenty in the market if you want to find something else that suits your tastes.
And what was the name of the proprietor that's giving you the deal?
Well, the individual that would be Aldrich. He's one of the clerics here in town. He looks after some of the unfortunate orphans, you know, the ones whose parents were taken or killed during the reunification. And, well, he takes care of them, and they are selling some masks in an attempt to raise some money for the orphanage.
Thank you. I appreciate the information. Yandere will hand over is it 6 shards or 8 shards?
8 shards.
Hand over 8 shards.
Okay. She takes it, kind of glances. Very well. Money is money, I suppose. And kind of sets it down. Yandere, though, as she's kind of glancing and setting it, she keeps this positive demeanor, but you do see her kind of check you out just a little bit. Like, okay, this is very unusual. And then trying, just to get an idea, it's like, why would an individual such as this be using prime material currency? But doesn't seem to dwell on it any longer than that. Because, again, let me know if there's anything else you require.
Will do.
Are we good?
All right, time to go to our room.
Okay. I follow.
Yandere, did you get us the fanciest room here?
Not the fanciest, but a relatively nice one that's going to suit our needs.
This feels like a vacation, though. Couldn't we have, lived a little?
And Yandere, walking towards this room in, a very, hushed tone towards Volred, goes, "It was named the Pumpkin King Suite. I'm not going to partake in that." Oh, speaking of which, Yandere walks over to a table and grabs a pumpkin and hands it over to Volred, and then proceeds to hand over pumpkins to everybody in the group.
I have additional questions.
It's for the festival. It's considered a tribute. I will not be partaking in one, but if you would like to, you can. You just simply carve out the pumpkin and leave it in your room.
What do I carve on the pumpkin?
Yandere obviously takes a quick look and then thinks really difficult. He's like, how do I say this without turning this into the most inappropriate thing for Volred? It's like,
Choose your words.
An appropriate gesture for tribute would be to do like a smiley or scary face on the pumpkin. Something mirroring something somewhat what you guys do in the prime.
Well, when I carve pumpkins, I. You know what, Yandere? Thank you, I trust you.
Thank you.
I don't have a lot of pumpkins where I'm from.
Oh, because you're from the north, correct?
Yeah, not really a pumpkin area. Gourds aren't something we have a lot of.
They're very common here.
Huh?
To the room?
Yeah.
Yandere, like quickly moves back towards the room.
Climbing a somewhat unstable looking spiral staircase up to a second and then third floor filled with labyrinthian hallways that seem almost deliberately difficult to navigate. You do eventually find the merchant suite.
It's like a poor use of space.
The place is kind of situated kind of like a tandem dorm room with like one common area and what looks like 3 bedrooms kind of off to the side, along with kind of like one bathroom area. So like on the left-hand side, you'll have like one room that's set aside with a single bed and a writing desk and stuff. And then next to it is like a bathroom. And then on the other side are 2 rooms, each with like 3 to 4 beds. Obviously to represent the merchant and then perhaps his laborers who travel. But all in all, a nice place. The hearth is actually made of what looks like a very large kind of burly twisting tree that's been kind of hollowed out a little bit in the middle, and there's like a magic green fire there that doesn't seem to burn the wood, but provides heat. So
Neat.
Wonderful.
So why aren't you participating in the pumpkin? Is it the Pumpkin King thing?
Yes. The Harvest Festival is known to pay tribute to the Pumpkin King, or the current ruler who sits on the throne of falling leaves.
Is there a actual tie to the tribute pumpkins, or is it more of just a fun festival thing?
Paying homage to the Pumpkin King is sort of a way of instilling power. Similar to how your deities work in the Prime, they grow stronger after every tribute. More followers, more people who believe in them, the stronger they are.
Okay.
Also, one of you is good at writing things, right?
Me.
Great. Can I talk to you for a second?
Okay. I set the pumpkin down.
I need your help.
All right.
And Yandere reaches into his pack and pulls out a forgery kit.
Ooh.
I need you to write a letter stating that we are tradesmen and women from the Prime.
I mean, I can do that. But
Great.
I don't, other than like my family seal, I don't really have anything that'll.
I have a seal. I just need another someone who's good at writing
Sure.
to make it look official.
So Yandere will begin. Wait, what languages do you know?
I know Celestial, Elvish, Dwarvish, Common. Yeah, I think it's it.
Is there a way to write in Celestial?
there is technically a font you can download, but yes, it does have a written language.
Okay. Assuming that Izal knows the written language, I'm going to write the letter out in Celestial and then give it to Izal to copy just word for word. But I just don't want it to be in my handwriting so that if somebody finds it, they know it's me.
It's gonna be in someone's handwriting. I don't know whose it's gonna be. I haven't done this since I was in college. I'll have a scrap sheet of paper with me.
I mean, I can find you some parchment.
I got some.
I mean, we are in the land of falling leaves. And, I mean,
Thank
were you
Caleb.
listening the whole time?
We're in the same area, so yes.
I mean, it's a relatively large room, but I was... You know what? Okay, thank
Was I
you for
supposed
the
to be quiet? Sorry. I was at regular room noise. Sorry.
It's fine. And then so Yandere like scribbles the letter out and Celestial passes it over and then starts working on the forgery kit to create a seal. And then he is going to forge, what's that guy's name? God, I can't remember that guy's name.
Which guy?
Not the guy that's with us, obviously, but there was one of the people at the Adventure Guild that did what's our person?
Aldrazaf?
Is that our liaison?
Yeah.
That's your liaison. The
Yes.
blue dragon.
Yes.
So, that was Black Dragon.
Pretty sure I have him in here as blue.
Oh wow. Anyway.
Yeah, blue dragonborn.
I'm going to forge his signature on there. He's low enough on there so that way it's like if he does see something that's like related to us, then he'd probably be like, "Oh, okay." But if not, then it's not super high up to really get in trouble.
Cool. Fuck, the D's always get me. Hold on.
This is very un-Yandere-like.
Did you say that out loud?
Oh, that's just me. I don't know. Volred doesn't know what you're doing. He's too busy trying to count the thread count of the sheets.
It's merchant grade.
He's checking for bed bugs as well.
Fey bedbugs.
I mean, you don't really see any. You do lift a cushion over in the chair, and you see like some lightning bugs. Kind of fly up.
Not what I expected, but kind of delightful.
Let the ink dry naturally instead of like adding stuff to it. That way it doesn't seem like it's rushed. Okay.
It's gonna take me a little bit longer to make the seal, but
Oh, that did not take me as long as it took in here. That took way longer. This,
Still.
I used back in front of this other sheet of paper. Like, this thing's fucked up.
So Yandere will burn the celestial note.
But they have
My
guard
dog
dogs.
wants to also RP. He's kind of sitting at my door barking.
Well, we are down a cat, so
Makes sense.
we're in the Feywild. That shit happens.
Burns the celestial note and then takes the handwritten note by Izal and lays it out on the table and then begins to fiddle with his forgery kit. If you guys want to go downstairs or anything while I work on this, you can. The inn, I think they have a bar here. You can go find one. I know that Volred wants to drink.
Yandere, if you would have tried to even book a room in a place without a bar, I would have interrupted you.
You don't know much about the Feywild. How would you have known?
I saw a bar down there.
You could smell it.
You know there are hidden bars in certain places, right?
Well, Of course. Did your house not have a hidden bar growing up?
No.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
His house was a tree.
I mean, we had 2.5. One was just a little half bar that has a sink, but it didn't have anything to, like, cool the drinks there, so we referred to it as the half bar.
A wet bar?
Well, it was a wet bar. Why would you have a bar without a sink? The other bars had ways of cooling the drinks while sitting there. This one didn't, so it was hard to say that it was a full bar.
There's a bar downstairs.
I know, thank you. Would you like me to bring you back anything?
If you find something interesting, I'll take it.
Okay.
Yonder, I was gonna go buy a mask. What's the currency again for this? What's the silver one called?
Shards.
Shards. And what's the gold one called?
Suns.
Is there one for copper and like platinum? So I don't want to get swindled.
Shards and suns should be enough for you to buy a mask. If it's anything other than that, don't worry about it. Also, you can go to Aldrich, I believe was the name. He's a local cleric that takes care of some of the orphans. They're selling them to trying to raise money for the church. So if you would like to get something handmade, a little kitschy, but nice, you can go there. Otherwise, you can go to one of the stores that are relatively close and they can give you something more, I want to say unique, probably more specified to your taste.
Cool. Time to go help the orphans.
Would you mind picking me one up as well?
All right.
An orphan?
No, we already got Kelmac. We can't have another one.
Oh no, he's the runt though. Right?
I'll pick you up a mask.
Thank you.
Kaylin,
And then
run a
Yonder
combo
gets back
instead
to work.
here.
I'm going down.
Woo-hoo.
Okay, so Izal's going to go get a mask. Kalen, what were you wanting? And I believe, if I heard correctly, Volred's going to booze. And then Kalen, what were you doing?
Caleb was just going to be walking around to the various shops. Basically just sightseeing. And he's going to use the spell Disguise Self to try and mimic some
take
really
another
cool
form?
masks. No, mimic some really cool masks and stuff that he sees.
Okay.
Or any full body costumes, like the monster costumes. He'd probably do that as well. So that's what he's going to be doing for the rest of the night. Just shopping around and enjoying his time in the city.
Cool. If you wouldn't mind rolling me a D percentile, that would be great. And then just let me know what that is.
Also, the festival is tonight, so if you're walking around, you're going to be walking around in the middle of the Harvest Festival.
20.
Okay. Okie dokie. Thanks for that.
I'm about to die.
Nah,
So,
you're
Izal, you head out and find yourself a church, or at least what people tell you is a church. Also, you don't speak Sylvan, do you?
No, I speak the other languages though.
Common and Elven and Dwarven.
It's Celestial, but they don't speak Celestial probably.
Okay. So, yeah, it gets a little hard because there are some people who are like, oh, yeah, oh, wow, okay, nope, Sylvan, common. And then most people seem to be really intrigued and ask a whole bunch of questions. Some very pushy. It's like, oh my god, you're not from here? Oh my god. Why would you come here if you can't speak the language? Oh, but you know what? We're glad to have you. Welcome to the Harvest Festival. Isn't the Pumpkin King great? Hey, you're gonna go get a mask? It's like, yeah, you know, there's lots of monsters you can get. Maybe you should get a dragon, or a fox, or wolves. No, bears. They're the best. You know, kind of thing. Everyone just seems incredibly happy. Like they all had some of that ambrosia last night. But you do find the church, which, as far as you can tell, is just kind of a circle, like a glade of standing stones with this kind of large amber tree in the middle of it. And then they've got like this kind of pergola fence that kind of fences off the area and has roses and other kind of greenery there. On each of the large standing stones that support the circle itself is carved a little altar jutting out, and then a kind of thin relief individual or creature or something like that. Um, very, they seem very supernatural compared to the kinds of beings revered in the prime material. You see things like someones that look like wolf people. You see one that's literally just looks like it's an ebb and flow of shifting shapes, kind of like Van Gogh's Starry Night, but just the night. So no individual. There is one that kind of looks familiar to you. It appears to be a feminine form with this kind of long flowing mane of hair that covers most of her bodies. And the hair looks to actually just be like this long train of leaves. Reminds you a little bit of that Fey woman
Contract lady.
that you had. Yeah. But the largest is dedicated to an individual who actually has an actual statue carved from what looks like a single log. He looks kind of like this druidic bandit type character, like Greek style body, bare chested with like a loincloth, but instead of a head of a human, it looks like the head of a stag with this kind of majestic crown of antlers coming out. He carries a bow in one hand and a horn in the other. Yeah, and obviously the most visited. But you also spot another individual, a gnomish fellow, wearing kind of multi-colored patchwork clothing, who's in the process of going through and cleaning up some of the shrines. As he kind of sees you, just kind of goes, but as you kind of dawdle a little bit, and he kind of finishes up, he kind of makes his way over to you, waddling a little bit. Speaks out in Sylvan, but learning you don't hear the language, switches to a bit of a broken common. Why? You come here. Very unusual. Prime material. Dwarf. Not traveler normally.
I get that a lot. I'm looking to buy a mask for the festival.
Mask? Yes, I sell. You, money.
Yeah, money. Yep.
Come.
Okay.
And kind of takes you to this small kind of building near the shrine. He kind of takes in, it's like the long, narrow building with just, it looks like the front part of it has like a couple long, large trestle tables to seat a whole bunch. And then there looks to be like a little bit of a seating area. And then beyond that, it's just rows and rows and rows of beds. And there appears to be a whole bunch of children. At least you think they're children. Some of them look human, some elven. You see one that looks like a goose. Another one like a fox. Very interesting mix here. But the gnome kind of turns around. Yes. And kind of gestures to the wall, and you see a whole bunch of crudely made, but, functioning masks. It's very clear this is like the kids' art project. Pick any. Shards. Did you see kind of fumbled word? Shards.
Okay. That's the silver one, isn't it?
Yes. Oh, see, yes.
Yeah, because the other one is the other fancier word. Okay, looking around at them, also kind of irritated at Caleb because as soon as we got out of the inn, he just kind of went off on his own shit. It's like, fuck, I need a translator. This has been hell the entire time. I'm looking for one that looks the most like a bear and the most like a ghost mask. I don't like a spirit. I'm trying to find one for Yandere, and I don't know what to look.
You find a skeletal mask that's kind of set up almost as though it looks like a scarecrow, the head of a scarecrow. It's even got like what it's supposed to be, kind of a little hat, made out of fabric. Kind of like some burlap stuff. And then you find one that looks like a bear, but it's kind of got a weird snarly face, like.
Perfect.
Like it's supposed to be roaring, but it's made by little kid hands. So
artistic creativity. I point at the two of them. I'm like, these two.
Yeah, yes. And he kind of goes and gets like a little pole and starts kind of taking them off the wall. He goes, shards.
I take out 4 silver. 4.
Kind of takes it. Looks over. Shards! Good business.
Thank you. And then just testing. I'll try to speak Elvish a little bit and see if that is more common to him than just regular common. Like, do you speak Elvish? Or is it just celestial?
There's a bit of a moment where he's kind of blinking a little bit. And then speaks to you in Elvish. Clearly a different dialect. Some of the words are different, but definitely similar enough that you could count it as fluency. He goes, yes, God, you should have just done this from the start. This is so much easier.
Yeah.
Well, yes. I mean, this is the common tongue here. I mean, other than Sylvan, of course. Everything speaks Sylvan here. That's why we speak it. But, there are plenty of elves in Eladrin coming about the place. So, now that we've crossed the cultural language barrier, if you don't speak Sylvan, I expect you're not from here.
No.
You also don't look like one of the dwarves of the Shattered Peaks, that's for sure.
Nope.
Are you perhaps from the land of summer? No, you'd still probably speak Sylvan if that was the case. Yeah, you must be from the Underdark. Yes, I've heard of some kind. They speak a different kind of language there.
Still no, but you know what? Close enough.
You come at a most glorious time. If there is something else I can help you out with, I imagine these masks, well, it's quite unique. You could get some and take them back to wherever it is you're from and sell them at a premium, I think.
I will ask the rest of my party to see if they think that's a good idea, but I'm going to stick with just the 2 and see how that goes. I'm just trying not to overstep my bounds in an area I'm not too familiar with.
Well, I suppose that makes sense. However, variety is the spice of life, and they say nothing ventured, nothing gained. So, while you're here, you might as well live life to the fullest. I mean, the worst thing that can happen is you die.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what? You'll be dead, so you won't really care.
Kind of attached to the living part, so just one foot in front of the other then. I'm not...
I get it, but you know what? If you're not going to start living, then you might as well get to dying.
One day closer.
Yeah. Anyway, let me know if there's something else I can do for you.
Thank you for the mask, though. I'll put put to good use.
Horned Lord keep you.
And with you also. Is that... Sorry, do you just say it back? I'm not familiar with that part of it.
That's fine. It's just a prayer. The blessing of the Archfey upon you.
Thank you.
Yes.
I will awkwardly leave and wave to most of the children and I guess a goose. Bye.
Okay.
And I go back to the hotel, not trying to talk to anybody. This is...
Fair enough. Let's see here. Caleb, you said you got a 20 under D percentile? All right.
Yep.
You start heading down the thoroughfare. Right quick, roll me a perception check.
Oh, I'm amazing at this.
Are you? Are you really?
I get a +2. That's amazing enough. So 17. 15 +2.
Okay. Yeah, no worries there. As you're kind of making your way down through where there's a lot of people, you're kind of glancing around, start moving around through some of the the back alleys and such, and you start to get this odd tingling sensation. Kind of starts along your spine and then starts making its way kind of like down your arm and into your fingers. And then you start to smell something. It smells herbal, alchemic. You're not sure. It's a faint scent that kind of wafts in the breeze. Taking a couple moments to kind of glance around, you sense it's coming from farther off the beaten path along the collection of stacked and densely packed residential units.
I'll follow.
Okay. After a couple minutes of traveling down these dark alleyway, the sense of the herbs getting stronger and stronger. Some seem familiar to you, most do not. You kind of look around just a little bit, and in a corner near a well, kind of wedged in the corner of these two houses, you see this kind of makeshift pole tarp come out with the several layers of carpets kind of stretched out. Several kind of looks like backpack size herbalist apothecaries cabinets, and several leather bags that are kind of open and seem to be packed, chocked full with vials. As you've kind of glanced over at the figure, he wears this kind of tattered robe with a hood that kind of comes down just a little bit. As his eyes kind of come up to meet you, he appears elvish, more perhaps Eladrin, but his eyes have this shifting green color to them. And as he kind of regards you, he just smiles and goes, "Welcome, traveler. Care to see what I have? Many enchanted nectars for your consumption."
Well, yes. I smelled the interesting scent of your shop a few streets down.
You
And I
must
couldn't
be a
help
very
but just
curious one, then. There aren't
Of
many
course.
who can sniff my brews from so far away. You're very lucky to have found me.
Lucky to have found you.
Of course, of
I'd
course.
take it you don't really have much foot traffic.
My brews are of the essence of the feywild itself. There is very little about the realm of autumn I do not know, and very little I cannot make use of. So, I travel throughout this land, cultivating only the rarest of herbs and ingredients, brewing into nectars found nowhere else in the feywild, nor even in the prime. The things I create cannot be found anywhere else. But, alas, I must empty my inventory from time to time. So, a wonderful bargain for those who are willing to take a gamble.
For a price, of course.
Oh, of course. That is the nature of this little shop. Every potion you see before you will cost you a measly 500 suns. However, I cannot tell you exactly what each thing does before you buy it. So you will have no idea what it is you've purchased until you've handed over the coin and selected your vial.
Let me get this straight. 500 gold for a vial that I have no idea what it's for.
Yep, and you won't find out until you pick a vial and pay him the money.
I'll take 2.
Are these like temporary magic things or permanent magic things?
You don't know.
Anyways, back to role playing. Back to
Goblin
role
will sell
playing.
you for 500 and he'll tell you what it is.
And
You say these are essences of autumn. What type of
essence of the
effects?
Feywild.
Okay, essence of the Feywild. What type of effects might one receive?
It's hard to say for certain. There are so many. I can tell you that among this collection, there is one that could make you immortal. Another, perhaps, that could give you the strength of a giant. One that might allow you to change your form at will. Perhaps you'd like to be able to summon elementals, or go invisible. Perhaps you would like to be able to command others with but a word of your tongue.
And some of these effects, such as many of them, such as the giant strength one, or some of the other ones, how long do those last? For life?
Many of my wonderful potions can last as long as your entire life. There is one here that will allow you to sense magical objects, hidden portals to other worlds. That should last your entire life, I would say.
Do I believe him?
Roll me an insight. Yandere, just curious, you have any idea who this is?
Not at the top of my head, no.
30-20.
He would be listed amongst the people at the bottom of your
Okay,
sheet.
I'm gonna take a look.
Bottom of the sheet. That's probably a bad idea.
No, he knows what that section is. Very last thing I told him
That's
about.
the fun
But
section.
what'd you roll?
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Yes. But there's also something weird about this guy. As you're kind of feeling here, you feel that kind of energy going through your body a little bit. It's somewhat similar to when like you're in the presence of a deity. There's like a little bit of that static that clings to your body. It's a similar energy here. It's all you can tell is this guy, whoever he is, he's powerful. He is a lot more than he seems to be.
So, the things that he's telling me, I believe he can actually do.
Well, he doesn't seem to be lying, but it's quite possible. This is the Feywild, after all. Now, you said you'd like to procure 2 of my wonderful elixirs.
That was out of
me. Oh, okay.
He read
Damn.
your mind. Teach a man how to make a fire. He'll stay warm for the night. Set him on fire. He's warm for the rest of his life.
How many elixirs do I see out in the open?
Um,
The whole ass bag.
he has a couple bags open and they're stuffed. You would guess maybe about 100 or so, and they all look different. No two of which appear to be the same.
All right. Then I will buy one, and I will hand him 500 gold.
Kind of reaches out and takes the coin purse, glances through. A very far away traveler, then. Very well. Since you've gone through so much effort to come, I'll help you out. You can pick any 2 vials, and I will tell you what they do, but I will not tell you which effect goes to which potion. That way, at least you'll have an idea about what it is you might be getting. Since you've come all the way. Okay.
All right.
So give me 2 D100 rolls.
I bought 2 masks, and this dude's about to end his career.
2 D100s.
Mm-hmm.
$97. In 8.
Yeah.
Both
So
ends.
you pull out these vials, he kind of reaches out, grabs them, starts taking a look at them, kind of gesturing,
They're both
shaking them a
poison.
little bit, like he's kicking the tires. Then he kind of glances up. One of these potions is very interesting. It has the power to seal magic. Temporarily. But still. Useful if you run into someone of exceptional power to rob them of their fairy light. Perhaps. The other, well, this is a somewhat temporary potion, but it hardens your physical constitution, making you more resilient and makes it harder for you to succumb to different poisons, giving you the constitution and gut fortitude of a dwarf. Now, you can pick from either of these, or if you'd like to grab a third at random, because you perchance don't like either of these, you may certainly do so.
I'll grab a third at random.
Okay, give me
Push the
another
random
D
button.
percentile.
62.
62.
Okay. there you
Okay.
go. No
All right.
backseas.
Actually, this is actually a really interesting thing. Okay. So you pick out and kind of confidently hand over the brew. He kind of reaches in, takes a look at it, shakes a little bit.
It's carbonated.
I imagine this will be a very interesting object for you, especially considering you managed to get one of the permanent ones. This one is what I call the Mystic Brew of Elemental Fusion. Once you imbibe this, it will allow you to modify the elemental and nature of your spells, allowing you to take half of the damage and turn it into a different element. Kind of hands it over to you.
All right. And then Caleb will point randomly and say, and I'll also take this one.
Okay, and then you hand over
46.
500 more some. 26?
46.
46. You take this one out. He takes it. Well,
A llama?
this one is. This one.
I'm a llama
creates a
again!
temporary effect, but the potion bottle is bottomless, so I suppose it is permanent in that regard. Once you imbibe this little elixir, it causes you to glow like a radiant object for about an hour or so. Unfortunately, it only affects you, but it is endless in that regard. He kind of hands it over.
So, if ingested, you will glow for an hour.
Like a torch for an hour.
Nice.
As if you cast the light spell on yourself.
Nice.
Yeah.
And I'll take my 2 potions.
Recharges after a short rest.
Put them both in my pack.
Unfortunately, you didn't find the one of immortality. But there is plenty other of the brew. I'm afraid I won't be here too much longer, as I tend not to dawdle, and just now business is good. So, I've lightened the load, at least some. Perhaps I'll see you on the road. Or
How
perhaps
lo-
if you return quickly enough.
How much longer do you plan on being here?
I shall be here till morning's first light, and then I shall depart, and return to my abode in the Amber Forest.
I most definitely will. I believe some friends of mine might find you very interesting.
Well, if they have extra gold to spend, I recommend they come. If they are far travelers, such as yourself, I may perhaps even make them the same deal.
Then yes.
So Yandere can't get that deal.
So, I will be back before morning's end. I
look
appreciate
forward.
your business. I feel that this will come very much in handy.
Well, it was a pleasure to meet you, Caleb. Have a wonderful evening.
You as well. And I will depart back to the inn.
I don't think you told him his name.
He's all caught it.
I caught it.
The full name?
He never told him his name was
I
Caleb.
never
He
told him
just
my name
knew
was
it.
Caleb.
He just knew it.
But I also know this dude is much stronger than me, and he knows a hell of a lot more than he's letting on, so doesn't really surprise me. Considering who my father
Your
is,
coin purse said, if lost, returned to Caleb. Had your address on there. It's like, oh, there he is.
It's like, no, it's stitched to the inside of your cape.
Ah,
it's stitched on everything. Property of Caleb.
I lose a lot of things.
All right, well read.
Yes.
You and Godwin downstairs, boozing it up just a little bit, ordering some samples. Anything in particular you're trying to do?
I want to try to find something exotic for Volred standards.
As far as
Wining and dining.
okay. Yep. Let's see here. In this particular location. Okay. So, what's interesting about this place is as you're coming in, they kind of sell everything in like a 5-course meal. And as they kind of like bring your food out, it's in this kind of large, kind of like family-sized platter that is a mix of wild vegetables, glazed fruits, meats. You also, it looks like some kind of berry tarts off to the side, just as if they just kind of went down a buffet line and stacked a little bit of everything on top of the platter. Probably more than you ever think you'll actually eat, but all of it looks and smells phenomenal. Also coming through, they set down a goblet and kind of pour in what looks like mead, but it glows just a little bit, as if it's a vibrant golden color, and starts to froth a little bit at the top. Appears sparkling, perhaps. But as you kind of reach for the glass, you notice it's like really cold to the touch. And you watch as like the heat from your hands, the goblet, like around where you touch it, it's got like a color shift thing on it, so it like slightly changes color from the sudden change in temperature.
Do I notice anything different about it other than what you said?
That you see? No. But you do note as you drink, it's like a mead, but it's really strong. Like mead that's been, or I guess that would be more like a brandy. A mead that's actually been turned into a spirit.
Okay, I'll drink all of it.
Okay. Yep. And it's really good. And so you kind of lean in with the food and stuff. It's like everything here was made with top quality produce. You can taste it. The highest of quality organic produce for everything.
Yum.
So, Isol would be the first to return with some masks. Followed not too long after that by Caleb.
Glowing like a torch.
Okay, you're glowing. Yep, as you're kind of coming through, though, it's like, oh man, something really bright just kind of is like walking through. It almost kind of looks like a shimmering ghost, or like some weird angel walked into the tavern. And so all of you guys, like, you all kind of look over as Caleb is glowing like a glow stick, kind of radiating out. Some people kind of turn around and kind of look at you, Caleb, and then just kind of glancing at you, go, "That's the spirit!" Seem totally okay with it.
And then he would have also poured his drink onto other things to see if that made the effect as well. So, like, he has a torch, pour the liquid on it, see if it makes it light up like a torch.
Nope. Only seems to be when you imbibe it.
Damn it. That would have been cool. But it's still cool.
Does he walk into the room?
Yep. A giant, glowing, radioactive wizard man.
Oh, what the hell?
Yandere will look at him and like, "Ah, you had an Evershroom, didn't you?
What's an Evershroom?
Did you not eat a shroom?
Yes, here you go.
What is this?
I don't know. It makes you glow like a torch. I bought it off of some guy.
So some guy was just giving out potions or selling potions in which make you glow?
Yeah, well, sort of. Not specifically that. He was just selling potions of random things. He didn't tell me what. He just said, "Hey, I make cool shit." Pretty much. And
was he like kind of stout? Had like a bushy beard and like this really weird grin to himself?
yeah,
Where did you find him?
a couple blocks that way and a couple blocks that way.
Yandere like hops up real quick and is like, "Take me," and then like literally grabs Caleb and is like, "Go,
Where you going?
come with us."
Fuck. Can you dim that, Caleb? It's really fucking bright.
And
No.
No.
too?
You're just gonna have to wait for it to pass.
Well, to be fair, I'm glowing, not my clothes, so it's only my face and arms.
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
I can put gloves on, and that's it.
It's like worst superpower ever.
Had I returned at that point?
Yeah, I mean, he showed up to the tavern where you guys were eating.
Oh,
Well, yeah, you'd still be
Okay.
downstairs, and you saw me going upstairs, glowing like a damn
Yeah,
torch.
you got to sample the market food. You got to sample the stuff in the inn. It's a lot here.
oh, I didn't realize my food was at the inn. I was saying I wanted to go out and try some. It's okay.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, I imagine, yeah, you've managed to get some food, sampled some of the local stuff, saw if there was anything interesting. But
Yeah, I will lead them back towards the awesome person selling awesome potions.
I mean, I will yell at Volred and oh gosh, what's his name? Godwin, as we're running out. I was like, "Come on!"
I will also tell them.
he's like got half a cranberry tart in his mouth. He kind of grabs like a couple other of the tarts and it's like.
I'll also tell them about the other potion that I got. And be like, I like it, but I can already do that. Did you want it?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm sure.
I will just double check there, Caleb. Like one, yeah, because
Is it
yours
yours?
is a permanent thing.
Yeah, mine's a permanent, but I can do it. Well, I can do it once per long rest.
Yeah. Okay.
But I'm able to do it whenever. If the need arises, I could do it. Whereas, Yandre can't at the current moment. He's the only one here that can cast spells, besides Godwin, if he wants it.
Godwin seems interested in the idea of the potion. He seems more interested in the fact that because 500 gold for this permanent effect.
Yes.
Who's this individual?
It's the brewer.
History check.
He's
Go ahead.
he's usually in the Winding Vines, but he's usually around. Sometimes he pops up at festivals and things such as this. It's very rare. I'm not usually not seeing him, so this is actually quite fun. You should come.
He says as you're already pulling them through the
You have no
streets.
choice.
Well, I pulled him out the door, but I need him to like guide me to where the shop is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm leading him.
So yeah, Caleb, you're kind of taking them back as far as you can remember, and you start to smell that scent, though no one else seems to. And Yandere, Caleb leads you, obviously trailing your other party members behind, into the small kind of back alley. It looks kind of just like a place, a well, where the surrounding houses might come to just pull water from. But nestled up in a corner, kind of unpacked this highly mobile, like alchemy, apothecary type shop with potions splayed out, is this Eladrin individual with, glowing eyes, this kind of long, kind of bushy beard, cloak, and as he kind of glances over to you, you see his eyes, his mouth kind of smiles a little bit. Ah, you've brought one of this world and some of others. Come. These are your friends, I suppose you were speaking of.
Yes.
Let's see here. No doubt you have come to see what I have in stock. As I stated, it's a bit of a gamble. You pay me 500 gold and pick an object from the pool. Once you've selected, I will tell you what the potion, the nectar, does, and hopefully it will be something useful to you. I don't buy anything back or do exchanges, so keep that in mind.
I've always wanted to meet Ben.
Ben?
Well, so his name is, well, we call him the Brewer of Enchanted Nectars, but we shorten it down because it's easier instead of having to spill the whole thing. Most times we just call him the Brewer, but like when we really want to shorten it down, it's Ben.
Oh.
Yes. It has gotten around in the last few thousand years, I'd say.
It's an acronym. Okay.
Do you, any of you want to go first, or can I?
Home field advantage. Go ahead.
By all means.
Great. I looking at the arrangement of, I'm assuming, bottles and potions that are just kind of sitting in front.
Yep.
Yonder,
No two potions look the same. Many of them are in different bottles. No
yonder
clue what any of them does.
We'll randomly pick one. And it's the D100,
Okay.
correct?
Yes, and your 500 gold.
Yes. $42. Oh, wait, why is it? Is that 49? Oh, never mind, 49.
Well, this is actually quite an interesting elixir. One that might be suitable for you, I'd say. Well, what this interesting little nectar does, it is called the Elixir of Feywild Harmony. Though, in truth, it has little to do with the Feywild specifically. When you imbibe this, for a short time, perhaps only about 10 minutes or so, any spells you cast that are of the 3rd level or lower cease to require spell slots.
Wow. That is,
I was like, what the hell?
like, Yandra's just like, this is cool. He's more enamored at the fact that he's literally buying something from the Brewer of Enchanted Nectars.
Yeah, it's not every day you meet an archfey.
So he's just like, he's looking at the bottle and just kind of like, this is really cool, but not necessarily like, oh, the effect is really cool. It's more, I finally have enough money to buy something from this guy, and I'm here doing it. So it's kind of like
Bucket
a tourist.
list done.
Yeah, it's kind of like a tourist kind of reaction. It's like, yes. I mean, we are here. Do you mind if I buy another one?
It looks like he's got plenty.
All right. Yandra's going to point to another one.
Okay. I will give you the same deal, then, that I gave your compatriot. You may pick 2 from the pile. I will tell you what the effects are, though I will not tell you to which potion each effect belongs. Then you may decide if you'd like to switch from one of the 2, or choose between one of the 2, or select a 3rd one at random.
Okay.
Very well.
The first one is a 27. The second one is a 38.
Let me just double check that don't have any duplicates. Okay. Doesn't look like we have any duplicates there. Well, he kind of takes them, just looking at them, shaking them, sniffs them a little bit. Well, you may well find these useful. Not entirely sure. That's up to you. One of these vials increases your senses for a time, making it very difficult for you to miss things. It also gives you a form of true sight for the duration. So, certainly interesting. The other is an oil that gets applied to your weapons. When you apply it and speak the command word of your choice, given the element, it causes the weapon to take on an elemental aspect for a short period of time. Unfortunately, both of these are single-use consumables, but perhaps something might be useful.
And you said I can take a third one at random?
Yes, you can take your chance, 50-50, with an effect you like from here, or you can be lucky or happy if you enjoy both of those objects. If, however, you'd like to pick another one at random, then at least you are aware that your first two choices were not something you wanted.
Yandere just grabs another one at random, and it's 70.
Caleb did the same thing, so, you know. Okay. This is a rather chaotic nectar that I've created. It is consumable, lasts for about a minute, but the spells you cast whilst in this form will have a sort of chaotic edge to them. They will be empowered in unforeseen ways. So, you will have both your spells' primary effect, as well as some form of empowerment or enhancement that is entirely unknown to you until the time of casting.
That sounds fun. I'll take that one.
Very well. Kind of hands it back over to you.
And 500 cents.
Takes it. Just, my business is really going today, isn't it?
Then Yandere turns to the group with two bottles in hand and it's like, you should try it.
It's like fantasy Christmas.
Just to double check, the first one, after you drink it once, it's a one-use potion. After 10 minutes, for 10 minutes, you have unlimited cast of first through third.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
None of those spells require spell slots for the duration.
That's awesome.
Yeah, especially considering Fireball is one of the spells in that area, too. But, you know.
Athoria,
That's
did
just
you want
a-
to buy anything?
Yes, of course.
Gesture.
Very well. Then pick something.
Okay, so roll.
500 gold.
$26.
I think Caleb got that same number.
No, he got a 20.
27, I think.
Yandere got a 27, too.
Yeah, but that was one that I didn't take.
Yeah.
Do I get the same deal as Caleb, where you get to roll twice because I am from
And Yandere got the same deal. So, yes, so that was the first one. So, yeah, if you wanted to pick a second
Rolling
one,
again.
let's see. Yeah.
Natural 20.
On a D100.
So he kind of sits there and takes a look at these. Wow, it would appear the elements favor you greatly in this case. One of these elixirs that you chose, when imbibed, will cause you to summon and be the center of a great storm, damaging anything you wish to in the vicinity for a time. Quite interesting. Perhaps it's something you might use in combat, perhaps, or if you need to make a scene. The other one, this one allows you to heighten for a short period of time. Once it's thrown, sort of like a weapon. The energy it emits causes elemental forces in the vicinity to suddenly become volatile. Flames in the area might become massive fireballs, the earth might shake, water might turn to ice or rapidly to steam. You might call down thunderstorms or a great torrent of wind. Who can say for certain?
And that's not single use, correct? That's every time I.
No, it's the nice little arcane energy, and he's just kind of jiggling with no vial in hand because he doesn't want to tell you which one it is. Kind of jiggles and goes, whichever energy is in there is what causes the effect. You must break the vial as part of its use. So
Oh, so
nothing
it's
permanent,
single use.
unfortunately.
Hmm.
Or you may choose to take a third at random.
I'm going to pick one of these two.
Very well. Which would you like to pick?
Whichever one is in his. Okay. When I was watching him, do I notice any tell of which would be which?
You can roll a perception.
Get a 23.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you're kind of taking a look at him, you're like, oh man, yeah, I got this. But it seems every time he refers to the potions, he keeps swapping them back and forth and which one does what. And so you can't really tell. He's like purposefully doing like 2-card Monty with these potions.
Okay.
You can tell, like, he's had people try and do this to him before.
Gotcha. Well, I mean,
You want the 26 or the 20?
I want the 20.
Okay. The 20 is the Brew of Feywild Storms, which summons a localized storm around you.
So the first one.
The first one he told you, yes.
Okay. Let me make sure I get my notes correct here. So I assume he's told me that.
Yes, now that you've picked. And he takes the other one and just kind of shoves it down in the collection of bottles. Well, would you like to try for a second to take home? A little souvenir?
Absolutely. One question on this one. Is this one-time use as well?
It is, but you can drink it for the effect, or you can throw it off someplace. But if you throw it off someplace, the storm will localize and wherever the bottle shatters, where if you drink it, it will follow you such that you are always in the center.
Okay,
And thus safe from the lightning.
cool. So I'm going to pay him 500 more gold,
Very well.
and I'll roll.
We believe. We believe.
$73 and $80.
Let's get them so close to each other.
Yeah, why did you do 2 that time?
Am I not getting the same deal?
Oh, it was just a third one at random, but go ahead. He might be still letting you do that. I don't know.
This is the second group that he's buying. He already bought one.
Oh, so he just... Oh, I just had to pick one, and then when I picked my second one, then he expanded it to, like, 2 that you can pick. But that's okay.
So,
I thought that was if you didn't want any of the first 2, you could pick a third random one, because that's what Caleb did.
So I opted to buy one, and then opted to buy the second one. The second one, he offered the deal for me to pick 2 of them, and then choose per the random vial. If he gives me 2 definitions of what those potions were, or I could pick a third one and just roll and not risk the chance. It's just whatever I land on that third one.
Okay.
So on this, it's okay. But you just keep going. He's letting you do what you
Yeah. And so, kind of taking it, kind of shifting around a little bit. Looking for telltale markings. Yes, interesting little collection. He kind of sets the 2 bottles down, speaks with his fingers. One of these will allow you to briefly shift between dimensions. allowing you to instantly teleport anywhere in the cosmos that you can picture, or reasonably well, and do so for a very short period of time. Perhaps only a minute. Still, certainly interesting, as it is imbued with the essence of the cosmos itself. The other one, however, is imbued with the essence of the feywild. When imbibed, this is a... well, actually, I'm not entirely certain how long this effect lasts, as the feywild itself gets to determine that when it closes its ears, so to speak, as it will allow you to communicate with the feywild itself. You may speak to its trees, its grass, its ground, its air, its animals. All that exists in here will be for you to communicate.
I take
Though-
number 80.
I recommend that you stay away from the squirrels. They're assholes. Okay, so you take number 80.
Yeah.
And so he reaches down, picks up the potion. I hope you enjoy communicating with the spirits, my friend, as some of the trees around here are very old, and there are lots they could tell if one asked the right question. He takes the other vial and shoves it down in the bag. Clink, 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 clink. Kind of mixes it around, kind of mixes it all up again. And so, yeah, you got the elixir of Feywild Whispers. Allows the drinker to communicate with the Feywild itself for an unspecified amount of time.
Okay, sorry, I wasn't fast enough. The elixir of...
That is the elixir of Feywild Whispers.
And can you give me the name of mine too? Because I didn't
Yeah,
get
my
it.
first one.
Go ahead and finish one right first.
So let me just see here.
Face storms?
Yeah, that's the storm one.
Those are 20.
Yeah, and then the other one. Okay, and then which one did you need, Yandre?
I need the name for both of them. I didn't get a name on either of mine.
It's the
Yeah,
level
so
3
it's
magic. And
Yeah, I have it. It's 1 minute, and all spells are imbued with the chaos effect. And then one of them is for 10 minutes. You get unlimited cast of first through third levels, but it just doesn't use spell slots essentially.
That's for this, so many of them.
If you need the numbers that I roll,
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
so that was the second deal, I think. Well, which one are you missing, or just both?
Well, yeah, it's just I got a big list of potions.
Okay, so the numbers I rolled were 49, 27, 38, and then 72.
Yeah, well, which ones did you get?
I don't know. You didn't tell me. I told you the 10-minute unlimited spell
Okay.
slots for 1 through 3rd level, and then for 1 minute, all spells are imbued with a chaos effect.
Okay, so what was your numbers?
49, 27, 38, and 72.
Okay, so I'll check and see.
I'm pretty sure 72 is one of them because that was the third one at random. And I'm pretty
So
sure
the
that's
27 is the one that enhances all your senses.
not that one.
49 enhances spellcasting ability for a short time, so that's probably the one you're thinking. And then 38, 38 temporarily enchants weapons with elemental effects.
No, that's not that. So it's 72.
And yeah, Elixir of Arcane Infusion. There we go. And then his first one was So I don't think you bought the Enchanted Senses one, right? So was the other one just the spellcasting abilities?
Yeah, that one.
That even though Caelan's wearing clothes, he's still underneath bright as a torch, so it would be shining like through fabric.
Yep.
Yep.
You look weird.
What was the name of the I got the Elixir of Arcane Infusion. What was the other one?
I just posted it, the Elixir of Feywild Harmony.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. And so, sorry. And so he goes, well, another happy customer. Would you like to try for a third?
Yes.
Are you going to pick two at random, or are you going to pick a third at random?
I'm going to pick a third at random.
Very well.
Eight.
8.
Smells good as 7.
Yeah, that one's actually already been rolled. So roll again.
$32.
32. Okay. And this is, were you picking a second one to figure out what both is, or is this one that's completely random?
Completely random.
Okay, so you hand over 5 gold. He kind of takes it, looks at it, shakes it, sniffs it. Ah, you've got a permanent one here, I see.
Ah,
We take those wins.
what is it?
He goes, this is the brew of wild empathy. When imbibed, it helps you out when dealing with animals of different kinds, as well as gives you an instinctual understanding of your natural surroundings. In practice, it gives you permanent advantage on animal handling and nature checks.
The man who murders. Okay.
Okay, animal handling
Perfect.
and nature checks.
Yes, it's called the Brew of Wild Empathy. I'll go ahead.
When have I ever gotten one of those?
You would have if you hadn't murdered those animals.
Yeah, but I mean, cool. Eric, now I gotta get it. I gotta be somewhere where I could get animal handling and nature checks.
Yeah, I don't know that you've ever actually rolled either of those, so...
Yeah, so I'm like, cool. Something I haven't used, but I should use now because I have advantage.
Yeah, you take that and all of a sudden Murder likes you more than he's all.
Thank you. That is all I will buy. Very, very well priced.
Yes, yes. Normally these things would be valued much higher, but this is my remaindered stock, and I consider it fitting, considering you don't get to pick the effect, so to speak. So, bit of a gamble, but you get it at a discount.
Thank you.
Sean over there is super salty. He wants to be living his druid life right now.
No, not salty. I'm laughing at because words are very particular in the Feywild, and I'm reveling in all of the words that have been spouted recently. So you just keep going. I think it's Azal's turn.
If I just say I don't want
Very
anything.
well then. Now, my wonderful dwarven lady, what is it I can do for you?
I was told not to buy things from the Fae, but I bought 2 masks.
And who
so
gave you that advice?
family, but I mean they're not here, so I bought 2 masks. I'm already breaking that rule. I don't want to do that random choose between 2. I just want to buy 2 random ones and just know what they are anyway.
Very well, then grab 2 from my stock and see what it is you have.
Alright, let me give you the 1,000 gold. Ooh. Not the first time I spent that much money on potions. Get this D percentile out here now. First roll is a 19. Second roll is a 98.
Okay. Kinda takes them, look, holds them up to the light, sets them down. Well, let's see what we have here. One of these, I suppose I should probably tell you first. One of these is a permanent effect.
Oh,
That permanent effect will give you the ability for a rather short duration to alter your appearance at will. It would, however, be an illusory effect, similar to the one your friend over here, Caleb, is producing.
ooh.
Now, whilst in that effect, like I said, you can change your form at will. It only lasts about 10 minutes or so, but its power does recall to you after a period of time. A short rest or so should be all that's required for the effect to become possible again. For the energies to recoalesce, so to speak. The second one, I consider, well, I guess at this point in time, that's the first one is that one because you just picked 2 at random.
Yeah, I'm not
This last one, the second one, and kind of looks at it and goes, this is quite a dangerous potion, I must admit. I call it the Potion of Cosmic Resonance. I can't tell you exactly what it does, as even I'm not 100% certain. But what I do know is that when one imbibes it, they gain insight into the order of the cosmos. No one knows exactly what sort of things you might learn with that insight. There's a good chance you might suddenly become mad. But, you know, that's life.
I guess. Neat.
Well,
Thank you.
Were you interested in perhaps procuring another item for your collection?
I tend to be really broke a lot, but I guess
Indeed.
I
But
Don't
I
get
suppose I
this
would say, as a
opportunity.
good salesman, you have managed to procure some very interesting objects and brews for the amount of money you've spent.
I know,
Luck seems to be with you this evening.
and I am one to apparently push the luck whenever I get the opportunity.
As we Fae are fond of saying, treat yourself.
Treat yourself. Yandre's in the back with both of his going, treat yourself.
Okay, I'll buy a third one. I'm not gonna pick 2 random ones. I'll just buy the third one.
Because making a lot of money.
Another 500 gold over there. And okie dokie, I will pick this one. 54. Ooh, Brian Erlacher.
Good linebacker.
Bald
Very
as
well,
the day
very
is
well.
long.
Kind of pulls this one out. Goes, this is, well, it's an interesting one. It is called the Moonlit Mirage Draft. When you imbibe it, you may do so once per long rest, it recharges in the light of the full moon. Or rather, of the moon. But once imbibed, you may choose to dissipate sort of phantom energies, creating illusory copies of yourself. These illusory copies are virtually indistinguishable from the real thing, and can move about of their own free will. Excellent for distractions, perhaps.
Cool. Thank you.
My pleasure. And since you have all been such wonderful patrons this evening, I suppose we could get what do they call those in the Prime? A loyalty card?
Get so many punches.
Yes,
and
they do call it that.
Free Sunday.
Well, as I sit here and put it, might as well get a buy 10 get 1 free deal, right? Might as well, of course. And then, like, Godwin's in the back going, actually, I would still like to procure some if that's perfectly acceptable. These do seem to be rather unique stock, and I think I could sell them. And then the archway is like, yes, sure, of course. You're free to purchase whatever you like, but let's deal with these guys first. After all, they've been very good patrons so far.
We forgot about Kelmac.
I forget about him. He ain't here today.
We should get him.
You gonna spend his money?
That's
I'm
true.
not going to spend his money.
Yeah, that's true. We're not gonna spend it.
Okay.
Advantage.
As much as I think he would partake,
Yeah.
I'm not.
Technically, isn't it a form
So-
of gambling?
That's fair.
That
That's
is
fair.
true.
He
That's
would run
true.
away.
I say, he's always say like, nah, he can't.
He
gamble.
even
It's like,
phrased it as a gamble.
So I
Yeah.
will refuse to let Kelmac partake. Blame it on
That's
me,
fair.
guys.
Good job.
So, if you guys would not mind each of you rolling a D percentile, and then I will pick one of the 4 options to give you.
34.
Let's double check if that one hasn't come up yet.
35.
Nope.
Come on, 36.
54.
We already had that one.
Damn, you guys have been picking some good ones.
Should I roll again? Did we already do 54?
I rolled
Yes.
54. So. Come on, 33 or
42?
36? Oh.
I think we've done that one too, haven't we?
No, we had 49, didn't we?
42?
We had
Nope, you have not done that one.
Did you say we've done 49?
49, yes.
All right,
Yeah,
that is
right.
a 32. Did we just get that?
I did
Yep.
that.
Come on, 33.
Ooh, 89.
89. Oh, shit.
Love to hear that. Love to hear that from the DM.
Well, actually, all of these can be really useful, depending on how you do them. Okay. Shit. Okay, I will actually let you guys pick from the 4. Because all of these are actually really useful, and I'm kind of curious which one you guys will pick. So 34. Yeah. This draft, and he kind of sets it down. This is a permanent elixir. It is called the Potion of Dimensional Awareness. When imbibed, the person will henceforth permanently have the ability to view hidden doors and dimensional rifts. So, quite interesting. An ability that actually used to be quite common among elves of the Fae, but have since been lost. The next one, I guess this is a 35, kind of sits here and drinks and sets that one down. This little tincture is called the Moon Shadow Tincture. It can only be used once, but when imbibed, for 1 minute, the imbiber has the ability to phase through solid objects. Certainly interesting if you need to get around some places. This one pulls out the third one, number 42, shakes it a little bit, sets it down. This little one is called the Potion of Time Distortion. It slows down the time perception for the drinker. It's, well, I suppose you could think of it like a slow spell, except it doesn't really work that way. It's more like a haste spell, but with some other unique side effects. So, perhaps that might be useful for you. I haven't actually tested that one, so I'm not entirely sure how long it lasts. But, who knows, perhaps it will be useful to you. And this last one, this one's like a more stout kind of bottle, like an hour-shaped kind of figure, but it's like really chunky in the middle, like a quadruple XL kind of pot belly, and kind of sits there. This one is called the Elixir of Elemental Cataclysm. Well, when thrown, it creates a, how should I say, incredibly devastating elemental explosion. Unfortunately, by its nature, you will likely get caught in the blast. But it is sure to destroy anything within the blast radius.
Neat.
Volred is looking to see how, careful he's holding that.
Just tossing it back and forth.
Not carefully enough, you think, maybe.
Start to sweat.
So, just for clarity's sake of Kilmo, I'm curious about how much damage would one do with such a bomb?
You're not entirely sure.
Enough.
But, I mean... So, OOC, another way of putting it is that it utterly destroys everything within the blast radius.
Oh.
Thunders
There
the
is-
earth,
there is
sets
no
fire to
damage.
the sky, lightning rains down. It is just cataclysm.
Gotcha. And what's the radius of this?
Well,
Yes. The radius is yes.
you're not in. I'm not going to tell you that.
Okay.
But safe to say, you could kill a lot of people with this.
Or one really mean guy.
Or one really mean guy plus an awful lot of people around him.
Shouldn't have had
And
friends.
yourselves. I would tell you that it's like instant death. For most things, anyway. Like taking several successive meteors on top of one another.
Neat.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I like those odds. Okay, so
So, what will it be?
we have the haste-ish, we have the ethereal-ish, the cataclysmum bomb, or the can detect portals and rifts.
And secret
And-
doors. Don't forget secret
And
doors.
secret doors. I kind of like this.
And that one's permanent, right?
It is permanent. To whoever
I
imbibes
would
it.
love that. I would love that.
Secret door.
Yeah, secret door. Now it's who gets to imbibe it. But no, I think I would say the secret door as well if you guys are going that route.
Secret tunnels.
Yeah.
Definitely that one.
Yeah, we're going secret tunnel, secret doors, dimensional rifts, portals.
And he goes, very well, slides that one, takes the chunky boy. Every time I explain what the thing does, no one ever wants it. He kind of sets it up to the side.
You have to find the right kind of person for that one.
Yes, I suppose.
Like Godwin's like, I could take. Oh,
Goreback.
Gorbeck,
I would love
Gorbeck
that.
would love that.
Gorbeck would drop it on accident.
Here's the thing.
The campaign has ended.
I
The rest
really
of you,
wa-
I've taken a job from the local adventurers guild because a local town has been wiped off the face of the earth, and you've been called to investigate.
This
I would love that item so much. I would hold on to it for the entire campaign.
never use it.
No, I would use.
He would use it on the BBEG when it's like it's clear you guys aren't going to win the fight.
No, I would just throw it up in the air, dimension door out. Done.
What if it's more than
Assuming your
400 feet?
200-foot teleportation is far
500. 500.
500 feet is far enough.
Well, yes, okay.
He
Meteor-
would jump there and
literally
go,
a
all right,
tactical
we're
nuke.
good.
Meteor has the range of
Oh,
1
shit.
mile for its casting.
Yeah.
So, like, spells
For
have
its casting.
so it could really hit.
Yes.
Who knows how long.
Yeah.
Godwin, did you want to buy stuff? I'm sure you did.
Yes, and he's going through and kind of having a conversation, and by the end of it, he buys a few things. I guess I could just
You can roll for yourself.
I would also like to buy another one
Damn it,
because
Caleb.
I'm crazy.
I like mine. Mine are neat.
Oh, wow.
So Red has 3. Zal has 3. Caleb, you're about to have 3.
Yes.
Oh well, I'm not getting left behind. Yeah, I'm taking a third one. But
That's why I'm going with the third one, because they bought 3.
we literally just all of our rewards and earnings that we have for the last
Done.
2 jobs is what we just threw away.
It's okay. I'm pretty sure I still have like another platinum bar.
I mean, I
Yeah,
have,
but let's be honest. Like, if you're gonna like, these are. Oh, that's actually good. Godwin got a potion of arcane insight. Grants you a permanent advantage to all intelligence-based checks.
Nice.
that's good for him. For
Yeah.
sure.
No. He can go and sell that for like 5,000 gold in the prime material, if not more.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, but like, come on, dude, you're a wizard. Is that
Alright.
thirst for knowledge not there?
Well, I would use it because he creates magic items. That Well, straight up-
He literally searches for information. That's his job.
yeah.
Yeah. Another potion allows him to, when you drink it, you open your mouth and a mesmerizing symphony of music pours out.
I have a character
Yeah.
that would love that.
Yeah.
That's interesting. That one's already been gotten.
Oh, he's getting 3 too.
Oh, he's getting 4.
He's
Of course.
he's gonna take the permanent one and then sell the other 3.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, he'll probably sell a whole bunch of these. That's like the whole point.
This is an
He
investment.
got a permanent one, the Elixir of Feywild Sight, which it means he's automatically aware of any hidden portals or magical pathways.
In the Feywild, or just like in general?
Period. So it's kind of complementary to the other one, and so that's one he's got. And I'm just having that because that will end up being stock on his shelf at some point.
Godwin, let me buy that from you.
All right, I was gonna buy another one, and I rolled
he's-
78.
He's got more for himself.
got
Oh wait, he has
got
2 more. He has 2 more.
Yeah,
Oh no,
that-
I just didn't tell you about one of them because it wasn't very beneficial.
But they're cool.
Elixir of Feywild Agility grants a permanent bonus to your dexterity and grants you proficiency with acrobatics.
That's neat.
So we got permanent ones. Nice.
I thought that was yours.
Expertise.
Oh, was that
Yeah.
for me?
No. That's
Oh.
the other one Godwin got.
Gotcha.
it
So that was his 4th
gives-
one.
It gives you a permanent bonus to your dexterity score, and you get expertise with the acrobatic skill.
Okay.
But that's the 4 he's got. He actually got really good ones. So you're buying another one at random?
Yes, 78. Or if I can, well, yeah, I would just do random 78.
I think it's more fun if you just pick it at random.
That was one of the ones that Godwin just got. So go ahead and roll again. That's the one where you open up your mouth and music pours out.
I was about to say, if that's the intelligence one, I was gonna be pissed.
Damn it.
41's already been done, right?
41.
I don't know. Let me see if I recognize it. No.
Alrighty.
And is that one you're just buying at random?
Yeah.
Okay. That is the Mystic Brew of Fortune. It basically gives you the benefit of luck points for a short period of time. So
Gotcha.
basically, yeah, you essentially get like 3 luck points, and you have them until you use them.
Gotcha.
So useful.
It's Yandere buying another one.
Yeah, Yandere just goes and picks another random one. It's 18.
18. That one's already been grabbed.
Roll again. 92? 99. I don't know if that's good. It's just it's just a high number.
I like the high numbers.
That one is the Brew of Eternal Twilight. When you drink it, it creates a localized twilight zone with unique properties. So kind of like a different modified version of the darkness spell.
And can you give me the names of the other 2 that I bought? I don't know what numbers it
What
was.
were your oh, you don't know the numbers.
Potion of
Because
light.
mine go away. Because mine doesn't go to Roll20 anymore.
Should be
But
log.
one of... Where would I go to get the log?
Top right.
But one of them, I drink it and I become light. And then the other one was the one that I can change my
Spell damage.
spell type, spell damage. Half of my spell damage. Prismatic light. Okay.
Okay. What did we have there?
I count this as an absolute win.
Almost definitely.
Yeah, I don't know what the other one is. I'll have to figure that out.
Yeah.
Was anyone else buying anymore?
I ain't got the money for it. Without being completely broke, I ain't doing that.
Okay. So the brewmaster goes, well, that's excellent. Plus with the ones that you've just purchased, plus your friend here, the ones he purchased, I'd say I could give you access to another free one.
I mean, it's free. We might as well just go for that. I'm gonna do.
Yep.
Is this a group one?
Yes.
Roll 99 again.
I got 75 this time.
56.
32, but it doesn't count.
Brady J.
Three.
What's this out of 32?
Did you say 3, Caleb?
Yeah.
45?
Damn. Okay. And then what was one of them? I got a 75, a 56, a 45.
3.
3. Okay. That's me. Okay, so first one. Number 75. He takes this one. He goes, this is quite an interesting little brew. He kind of sets it down. It basically heals. It's a balm of feywild regeneration. It rapidly heals injuries and wounds. Basically, once you ingest it, your body will be completely recovered. You shall have all of your wounds healed. You shall cease to have any fatigue or exhaustion, and feel as though you have just woken from a very nice, long, extended rest. One use only, I'm afraid. Let's see, this second one. This is a potion of serenity. Creates a permanent effect, which grants you resistance to any mind-affecting effects, including fear, charming, and similar. So, certainly quite useful. This next one, sets down, perhaps the most interesting one of the bunch. Once imbibed, it gives one a permanent immunity to one type of elemental damage, but any damage received in that particular kind actually heals that person half the amount of damage sustained instead. Quite useful. This last one is perhaps my favorite of the bunch, and kind of sets it down. This is the Moonlit Euphoria. It induces a sense of euphoria and temporarily boosts your charisma, making you quite golden-tongued. It's temporary, but, you know, many things can be done with a golden tongue.
I say the immunity one.
What was the permanent one?
There were two. One was resistance to any mind-altering effects like fear, charming. The other was a permanent. It's one type of elemental damage, and any damage received of that kind actually heals you half of what the damage would be.
Imagine that with radiant damage with spirit guardians.
But you don't take damage.
Yeah, you know, I was like,
Yes, you can choose who it affects.
That's
But
it's a
yes.
It's not an elemental damage though.
Is radiant not?
Radiant and necrotic typically aren't considered elementals.
So that would be.
You have the DM looking at notes, so we'll probably come back to that. We'll pin this conversation specifically. So we're gonna knock that one out for right now. Discuss it during break, and then we can continue conversation. So what else? What were the effects again? Like all of them. We have the immunity to like charm and those types of effects. The elemental immunity, but anything that you get heals. What were the other two?
There's the rapidly heals injuries and wounds, so when ingested, your body will be completely recovered, no fatigue or exhaustion, and feel like you're waking up from an extended rest.
Yeah, it's kind of like you get a long rest, but you get all of your hit dice back. You lose all exhaustion or fatigue. You know, your abilities
Phoenix
reset,
down.
all of that stuff.
And the final one is Moonlit Euphoria, basically charisma boost, giving you golden tongue.
Yep.
Okay. I would pick the first two. Would be I would probably do the immunity if it was me, but would definitely want clarification because is that a permanent or is that a one time?
What?
The immunity and then the heal.
The elemental immunity?
Yeah.
Nope, that is a permanent one.
Oh, that makes the most sense, but it wouldn't be giving it to someone else. You would just be like one person would have that for forever.
Yeah.
And the elemental damage types I posted, and they do not include necrotic and radiant.
Gotcha.
Jace was correct there.
I would go with the immunity one.
Immunity.
I like the immunity, and since we'd all would want it, I assume we would just find a way to figure out who would get it from that point.
Yeah. The only downside, it's random. You don't know which element immunity you get.
Ah. But yeah.
So
Gonna need Caleb.
Either way,
it would
be really
prep
good.
Those ones for
poison or acid or thunder, who knows?
So I think we all picked the immunity one. We don't know who's going to get it yet.
Yep.
Okay.
Jason goes, "You adventurers, always playing it so safe," and hands it over. Pulls back the other bottles, throws in the bag, shakes.
The cataclysm would
Says
bust
it.
off. Oh no!
You have the cataclysm one in there.
Yeah. He goes, it's fun. Well, I suppose. Anything else?
Tapped out.
I'm done.
Well, I appreciate you handing over your hard-earned coin. Hopefully you get some benefit out of my wares.
Yeah.
Yes.
I
Most
imagine
definitely.
it's quite possible that we shall never see each other again, which is unfortunate, but still, I hope it was an experience.
This was fun.
Very
Yeah,
much
okay.
so.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I, the brewer of Enchanted Nectars, thanks you all for your patronage, and enjoy your time in the feywild and the realm of autumn. Too sweet.
Go Ben. Go Ben. Go Ben.
Farewell.
Bye, Ben.
Bye.
Leave.
Oh, just leave.
Yeah, we head up.
All right. It's a little past time for us to take a break.
Which
So I say we go ahead and take care of that. I know,
Yeah.
last minute shopping, but cool stuff though. Cool stuff.
Very much
I'll
so.
see y'all 15.
You guys will have to decide who gets the elemental damage immunity.
Question: which number was immortality?
Intermission.
But
What?
where
That ain't
is
click
he?
combat. Get back here.
Back to combat! I shall devour your souls!
Let's kill the brewer.
Yep.
Attacking
I
You
don't
go,
think
you
we
kill him,
could.
he falls back, lands on his stack of potions, breaking them, and then you're all dead. Just a white flash. DeAndre's upset that he didn't get fairy wings.
Yeah.
So, you guys depart the back alleyway and make your way back into the main throng of individuals enjoying the evening, carving and decorating pumpkins, wearing masks, a jovial harvest atmosphere. Making your way back to the Leaf Strider Inn, or wherever it is else you guys might want to go.
Yandre, I got you this mask.
Thank you.
Pull out the child-made skeletal but scarecrowish with a hat trim border put on the top of it. Like,
This is incredibly pleasant. Thank you.
you're welcome. I got
Kind
this
of
one.
reminds you of Scarecrow's Rest, though.
This one's supposed to be a bear.
It looks fantastic.
You're still glowing.
I'm pretty sure it would have been over an hour. Because it says it's only supposed to last an hour.
You're dimming. If it doesn't go completely away, just slowly dims like a
He starts
bad
flickering a
battery.
little bit like a fluorescent light.
Oh no! Caleb, go in there till you're finished.
Strobe lights.
Yandre,
You walk in, it's no big deal. Some dude at the side of the road suddenly collapses and starts having a seizure. Be like, ooh, keep moving, keep moving.
Yandre, should I take this one that allows me to communicate with the feywild while I'm here?
Sure.
Is there any advantage to using it in the prime?
I don't know if I'm necessarily the person to ask this question to.
My Surrey started going off, so I have no said.
I don't know if I'm necessarily the person to ask that question to, but to me, it sounds as if you're here, you can speak to anything in the prime, sans like animals and stuff, but if you're in the prime, or not in the prime, in the Fey, but if you're in the prime, it doesn't necessarily work.
Oh, I thought it meant I could just, like, openly communicate randomly with the feywild from the prime.
Should we turn around and ask?
No, I'm just gonna take it. Maybe tomorrow.
Okay.
Isn't that one of the permanent ones?
It's unknown.
Oh,
It
gotcha.
says it's not permanent. The one that is gives me advantage on animal and nature.
That's what it
Yeah,
was.
the way the brewer explained it is it's kind of up to the Feywild. Like, as long as the Feywild is willing to hold a conversation and wants to talk with you, that's fine. But, you know, if you insult it or something and it doesn't want to talk to you anymore, then it can choose to sever the communication or the connection.
So it's good for one conversation.
Well, or more. It's all up to the Feywild.
You said if you insult it or piss it off, so I'm gonna go with one conversation.
Yeah, probably.
It's like you not piss something off.
You are inept.
I don't. The tree doesn't know what that means, and they're very insulted. When I head back to the inn,
Indeed.
okay.
Okay.
Go up to the room.
Mm-hmm.
What's it like in the bar?
Still packed. Busy. People still coming in for food. Looks like some people have kind of moved on to dessert, which looks like some kind of banana pudding with extra fruit and berries and stuff on top.
If this pudding wasn't part of my meal, I will have one.
Okay.
Caleb will have one as well. Because Kilmo likes banana pudding.
That's pretty good. Anything you guys wanted to do before you guys attempt a long rest?
I'm gonna finish up my forgery stuff.
Okay.
Just to make it stated, me and Yandere are switching potions.
Okay.
I'm gonna drink one of my potions.
Which one are you gonna drink?
The alter appearance one.
Okay.
The Mystic Brew of Fortune, those luck points last until
you use
they're
them.
used, so they last forever.
Yep, until you use them.
Okay.
Andre, how do I know how to activate this?
What do you mean?
I just drank one that's supposed to let me alter my appearance, but I don't know how.
Well, the feywild is known to play tricks on the mind and make you believe that certain things are there or happening. So maybe if you just believe that you're changing your shape, it will do it for you.
I'm going to... First, I will cast Minor Illusion in front of me of Caleb. Okay, reference. And I'm going to try to alter my appearance to look like Caleb.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Let's roll wisdom. Right, wisdom.
I tried so hard. Whee. That's a 6. I'm so good
So-
at wisdom.
you think, and in this sort of moment of attempting to self-actualize your inner Caleb, you can feel your skin start to crawl a little bit, and the rest of you kind of watch as Izal gets this weird mixture, like a mashup of Caleb and Izal together. Clearly, that image that Izal of herself, that reference image, is kind of overlaid in there somehow and created some Izal Caleb Frankenstein monster.
I don't know.
On the
how to
plus
look
side,
like-
you don't need a mask anymore.
This is Yandere and me up in the room while the rest were eating food. I don't know. Yandere, did I do it?
You tried.
Sounds a lot like a no.
It's a no. You weren't incredibly successful.
I taste blood. Do we have a mirror in here?
Hold on. Yonder pulls out like the sensor he has, and it's just like there's a reflective surface, just enough for Izal to be able to see what Izal looks like.
Holy shit.
See, you tried.
I think I tried to copy my bad minor illusion too much. It's like faxing a fax.
You look like if someone tried to draw Caleb from memory.
I think that's what I tried to do.
And that person has 0 art skill.
Ugh. You know what? I just try to shake, just aggressively shake my body, try to get the thing off of me. Like, Nub it.
Yep, and it's weird. It feels, because you almost kind of feel like your skin suddenly becomes really elastic. Like like there's no tensity there, and so it's like your whole body, your whole face is all just nothing but turkey neck, and you just go until the effect just kind of shimmers off.
Yeah. Okay, that one didn't work. I'll try again later tonight. I look at the reflective surface like, oh shit, one of my eyes are still the wrong color. Hold on. Aggressively blink at it. Well, that one will take some work. I'll have to work on that. Magic is hard. How do you guys do it so easily?
Imagine things?
Like magic.
Oh, magic.
It's like
You
imagining,
imagine
though, right?
things.
Well, I just kind of will them to happen, and they happen.
I study a lot, so
Ah, shit.
That's
Yeah,
a
comes
sometime-
back with a big old like salad bowl size thing of pudding with like oversized Nilla wafers on top.
Stuff right here, Caleb.
what? Wait, hang on. Was he all in the room?
Yes.
I
Okay,
was doing
then-
that shit downstairs.
Then no, never mind. Ignore everything I just said.
So you come upstairs with pudding. It's like, shit, they got pudding downstairs. Okay, that one didn't work. I'll just work on it myself then. I don't trust taking more than one potion in the course of like 12 hours, so I'm not gonna try the other one I've got.
Okay.
That's Potions 101. College.
I don't know what college you went to.
When they tell you not to take a whole bunch of potions.
Mine says take random potions from strangers and take them all at once.
Your teacher was your dad.
His teacher was Warren Godfrey.
Your
One of them,
teachers were
yes.
bad.
My teachers are insane.
Yeah. If a stranger offers you a ride, I say take it. Who knows? Adventure. You need to calm down, dude. How else do you
Yeah,
get so many
Master
orphan
Valerion
students?
is the most normal teacher Caleb has.
And that's saying something.
Yeah.
It's dangerous. Yandere, do you plan on going out during the celebration stuff tonight? Because I wasn't gonna.
I might go out and venture just a little bit, but I don't plan to stay for the full festivities.
I'm going to start carving my pumpkin then.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to carve the fucked up Kalamazal face that I made. Like the stuff of nightmares.
Okay. Is there anything in particular you guys wanted to do with the remainder of your evening?
Caleb, after he finishes his pudding and going upstairs and seeing what his all's doing, will probably decide
Carving
to
a
go back.
fucked up Frankenstein into a pumpkin.
Yes, which is why he would decide to just go out and wander around and continue doing what he was doing before and just enjoying the festivities, changing faces throughout the entire night into random costumes and stuff because he would find that incredibly fun. And that would be his night.
I'd go.
Yep. And yeah, as you guys are, spending some time out among the populace, Crimson Grove is, really nice. It's certainly bizarre, but it's enough like the Prime Material. At least on the surface, it looks that way. Once you start talking to people, it's very different. They have very different opinions about things, and ways of looking at it. Several times, though, you notice some individuals come through. Some are Eladrin. Some are like wolf people, bear people. You see like a fox person. That all are kind of wearing similar to that gentleman with the bear kin or the earth sign that you passed in the forest, is wearing this kind of buttoned up, like 1800s style jacket in red, but they're wearing pieces of armor with it as well, and bear a cap like in spears that have, and then like scythes on the side. Who are just kind of going through some kind of guards or soldiers or something of that nature. Most of the time they're just being eagle-eyed, but don't seem to accost anyone really. But just going through. Not a whole lot else going on except they're on the far side of the town, in another kind of square that is along the main thoroughfare, like you guys would pass it when you're leaving town. There is like a kind of a statued plaza with a whole bunch of kind of look like bulletin boards set up everywhere, and it looks like people have gone to like thumbtacking and posting like artwork all over the place. So this whole area has kind of become a ad hoc, thrown together public art gallery outside. Some of the stuff is really good. Some of the stuff is not so good. And it ranges from watercolor to painting to sculpture to pottery to jewelry, everything. Nothing really for sale, just to view and enjoy.
Yeah, I would just spend the night enjoying it. I wouldn't really buy anything else. I would probably drink throughout the night. Whatever you would charge me for that, but it wouldn't be excessive.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, a lot of fun could be had for 10 gold. You could have still quite a little bit of fun from street vendors for like 10 silver. Barest of minimal is like 10 copper, if you're just taking a look at sites. I'm not really doing anything beyond that.
So since it's like 10 gold, just say Volred spends 30, because that's just what he does.
An excessive
Yeah,
amount.
he spots some more like food stall stuff with things he doesn't recognize. Comes back with like armful of stuff.
Yep.
Basically found out, that they had like a bingo list for all the different places to go around and eat, and decided, he wanted to go and win the prize. Just like a big old golden pumpkin.
Nice.
Yeah, that would be Caleb's night.
Forward, just what a pumpkin.
Yeah, you
Yep.
know.
Neat.
Yeah. Volred doesn't do anything else.
Okay.
Okay, now that we've carved the pumpkin, what are we supposed to do with it, Andre?
You just simply leave it in your room. It will act as a tribute to the Pumpkin King.
Okay.
Yeah. Though, I mean, Yandere would tell you, like, in Gordfell, the capital, you would actually go and take the pumpkins at an altar and lay it at the Pumpkin King's throne. But you're not in Gordfell, so you guys just get to do it that way. Okay. If there is nothing else, you guys head to sleep, catch a long rest, and awake the following morning. This time, you guys do actually see some sun, but it looks kind of like really late afternoon sun.
Are we
And just
sleeping too long?
just because I have never actually gotten Inspire before, that lasts until you use it. It's essentially a luck point, right?
What?
Inspire is essentially like a luck point, correct? And you have it until you use it.
Yeah, I mean,
Or was that just for yesterday?
that was just for yesterday.
Okay, so we didn't use it, so it goes away.
Should have gotten a fight. I would have taken. I have a question, Eric.
Yep.
Assuming I had wrote in my magic journal, is there a response? Does it travel through planes? Or is it
To
only on-
Malderzat?
No, to Frigga.
Oh, all right. Nope, no response.
Okay. Hey, Caleb, Yandere, have we been waking up late?
I'm honestly not sure. I don't really know the times here as well as I do in the material plane.
No, we're not necessarily waking up late. We're just really close to the sunset shores. Essentially, it just seems like the light is always at dusk or setting. So this just appears to be like how the sun looks.
Yeah, you can tell basically, like in the morning, it's always appears like it's a twilight hour. So like early morning or late afternoon, it always looks like that. It's never bright and sunny.
Alright, I'm just a little concerned. But you say we're good, we're good.
We're great.
Great.
DM.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're in a different plane and time travels differently, Izal's condition, the time frame in which we are going to run into a full moon, does that differ here than it does in the prime?
You're not sure. Certainly possible. There are full moons and there are lycanthropes in the Feywild. But you assume so, as full moons are really common here. Being autumn, the harvest moons and such, it's part of the aesthetic of this particular realm of the Feywild. So, yeah, I mean, you would assume that if it's going to have an effect, she'll probably change sooner.
I don't feel any different. I have not been told I feel any different.
Well, I didn't say that out loud either. This is just something that Yandere is like mentally taking a note of.
Okay, are we still like a day and a half out?
No, we should be closer.
Hmm?
We are
Maybe a day at most to Amber Watch.
But if we go to Sunset Shores, that's how far out?
You should still be able to make it there in a day.
So we're about a day.
I mean, it's twice the distance, but it could take you the same amount of time to get there.
So we're headed towards the end result and end goal was always Sunset Shores. So us divvying over is just to head back down or straight down. So I would look over to us all and just be like, we still have about a day left. A little less.
All right.
I will take my potion to let me communicate with the Feywild.
Okay. So, yeah, roll me a wisdom saving throw.
It's a lot of. Ah, whispers. Is he near Kelmac?
Yeah.
Plus
Unless
3
you guys
percent?
gave him the big person bed room.
I got a
No.
9.
Okay. So you drink it, and there's a tingling sensation, at your head. Kind of like when you go limp, but then like your nerves start coming back, and you get the tingly, prickly feeling, but in your head, and then your eyes roll back in your head as you suddenly shudder in some kind of seizure. Assuming your friends can kind of tell what's wrong,
Oh boy.
as you kind of fall over to the ground with a loud thud and start violently shaking.
I got him.
And it's like, quick, get to Caleb! Wait, what? No, not Caleb. What? Caleb, what did you do?
What did he drink? Get him on
so-
his side.
Volred, images rush through your head. The city that you're in now, the Duskwood, mountains, a vast field of red grass, distant mountains, ever expanding, winding series of rivers that gleam silver in the light. A massive tree that dominates this landscape. Huge and twisted white trunk that raises, pushes branches out in these absolutely massive red to amber color leaves, just endlessly falling. A staircase leading up into the trunk of the tree. A Gothic pointed archway leading further into its heart. A massive throne room. A dais, a throne. The throne's massive. Whatever creature may sit it has to be 30, 40 feet tall. No normal person could sit there, but yet the place feels empty, as if no one has tread that sacred space in centuries, millennia, who knows how long. You feel, as your consciousness expands, the boundaries of autumn. You can kind of sense where it starts and stops, the land kind of shrinking and expanding, kind of like a sheet of latex or rubber that's constantly flexing. Distances elongating and collapsing back in on themselves. You see in the north a great forest, a glade filled with crystal, an ancient being, part crystal, part person, meditating. And a yet even older part of the forest, a grove of trees, Trents, you assume, massive, so old they have been completely covered with moss and vine and lichen. They awake and then fall back asleep. Farther north, the trees darken. The ground dead. Mist. The sounding of a horn and the stamping of hooves. You watch as this large column of horseback riders rush through the fog at an impossibly fast speed. The man who leads them, bare-chested, has no head, but carries nonetheless a bow and a scythe. He is followed by at least 30 other horsemen. dressed in different garb. Some of them armored, some of them look like farmers with pitchforks. All nonetheless travel behind him at that breakneck speed, charging towards some enemy you know not where. Your consciousness comes back. You're in the room. And yet, while you're here, you still feel like you're those places as well. Like a piece of you remains all throughout.
How you doing, Vored?
Did you drink too much?
Damn it.
Where am I?
You're in the poorhouse.
At this point, I would assume I'm starting to get my senses together and look around and see the room, and it kind of comes back like where I am, but clearly still kind of feeling in multiple places at once. I grab and just kind of like smack my arm to just kind of get a sense of like body. So I'm kind of just smacking my arm for like 10 seconds.
Reassuring that you are physical.
Yes.
Are you alright?
Someone come shake my hand.
Right next to
Yandre.
you. Oh, gotcha.
Yandre walks up and shakes his hand.
I kind of awkwardly grab it for just like a little bit too long, but not like totally creepy, but like clearly I'm having a moment. And then I'm just going to walk up to one of the beds and just kind of lay
Ulred.
down.
As you grasp hold of Yandre's hand and shake it, you're rocked by another vision. Your consciousness pulls out, sails far across a forest into a rather large port city. As you zoom across and see the numerous people, you glance out to see the twilight sun suddenly gives way to darkness on the horizon. You see lightning and what looks like fallen stars. As you're kind of glancing around, you see a figure. It looks like a young Yandre, posted at the dock with two other individuals, a man and a woman, also Eladrin. The presence suddenly shifts, disappears with the wind. And you see these two individuals, again, adults in this case. One of them, the man, comes glancing around. You see him place an object on the ground near the docks. A flower you don't recognize. And then, as if bungee cord pulls you all the way back, you rock back into your present senses. And again, find yourself prostrate on the floor with your compatriots around you.
Okay, I look up at Yandre. Yandre, I saw you at the dock. I saw you at the dock as a child. Was there a dock where you grew up?
I mean, there's a lot of docks. I live in the Sundown Shores.
Something about a flower. Did you ever put a flower on a dock?
And then Yandre's like eyes will light up briefly. No, I've never put a flower on a dock.
No, it wasn't you. It was a man. A man putting a flower on the dock.
Do you know what dock?
Eric, would I have recognized enough to give him a description?
As far as you can tell, you went through a forest with unusual colored trees. There was a river, and it was a fairly large port city.
Okay. It was a city of some size, and there was darkness near the horizon. I saw lightning and fallen stars.
So you were at the dock at Sunset Shores?
Yes, there were 2 individuals with you. And then I saw a vision later of a man placing a flower on the dock.
Can we go?
What?
Can we go? Can we leave?
Is everything all right, Andre?
I need to get to Sunset Shores.
Let's go then.
I help Volred up.
I will also help Volred get back up. Well, I won't, because the last time I tried to help, I touched him, he had like a spasm. So I'm gonna be like, from a distance, like, okay, get up.
Wait,
Got it.
Andre.
Yes.
A headless man riding a horse with a scythe.
Were there anybody following him?
Yes, there were other individuals. 20, maybe 30. It was the first vision I had. That's when I fell over.
Ceranos?
I don't...
Do I recognize?
Yeah. No recollection of that name comes across his face.
Ceranos is the archfey that the Pumpkin King usurped. He is the leader of the Wild Hunt. And someone I am indebted to.
The vision I had him riding in on horse. Seemed to be going to battle.
But he had already lost his head?
There was no head.
Interesting. Can we go?
Yeah, let's go.
Yandere, like looking a little frazzled, like grabs his stuff and just like starts slowly walking through the door and then like getting ready to head out.
As we're walking out, I grab in to, my clothing and grab my flask and just shoot back and then immediately ugh, I thought this was the water one.
See, you should get those labeled.
This is the first mistake. I don't feel that great.
Oh, maybe some fresh air will help you. Let's go. Come on.
Okay.
We hit the road.
Okay, I do have a question for Eric.
Mm-hmm.
In that sort of I am one with the universe sort of feel, does that grant me like some sort of unknown knowing of like areas that I'm in? Like, what have I picked up some sort of clue as to like where I could find like the biggest freaking fallen star?
Oh, that kind of thing. Yeah, it's hard to say exactly. As you kind of prep a little bit, though, it does kind of feel as though you are more comfortable with the surroundings. Like, it's still clear that you don't really know much about this city, and yet it's almost kind of like as if you grew up here. You know where everything is, but you've gone and then come back home, and everything is different. You don't recognize anything, but yet it still feels familiar to you.
Yeah, it's like being in an unknown city, but yet very comfortable and just kind of understanding what's going on around me, even with like no context.
Yeah, there's definitely an expanded awareness that is probably a little terrifying. But I don't know, something you could, I don't know, perhaps play with or test out in the future.
All right, which way?
Southwest.
Yep. Volred just kind of points out that way.
Well, that's handy.
Seems to know the direction.
He's just good with directions.
You also got a good aerial view when your brain was being sucked through a distance tube. So, yeah.
All right.
Okay. So, you guys depart the city and make your way southwest, heading through not too much long effort to the Duskwood. Yandere, as you're making your way through one of the commonly used peddler tracks, kind of taking a look around, looking out for landmarks, and the village that you know, or really more of a hamlet that you know that lies up here off the Moonrise River. And then within about, you would probably guess, an hour or so of travel, you guys find it coming over a bit of a wooded hill and looking down at this tiny little fishing village that seems to have, though, like a river barge boat kind of dominating one section of it. And based on its kind of layout, you can tell as a barge, it's intended for transporting goods or cargo, perhaps up or downstream. In that regard, this one actually looks like it travels more southward. But there, with no real effort, Yandere, you're able to book some passage along the river barge, and then you guys are quickly making your way upstream along the Moonrise, and it's about lunchtime when you guys come out of the southern fork. As the woods kind of part around you, you guys can see off in the distance a series of like craggy cliffs that kind of rise up, beaches below, but atop the tallest section of this cliff and some of the beach around, you see this kind of nicely sized walled port city with a very large kind of lighthouse taking on the very top. As the river continues to, meander and wind southward towards a series of large, like, red rock cliffs and a mountain range that seems to loom in the distance. Disembarking the ferry, and then heading about a half hour or so west from there, you very soon reach the gates of Sunset Harbor, the second largest settlement in the Sundown Shores. As you guys can kind of see at the distance, Volred sees again, this definitely being the city you saw. This beautiful, kind of slightly blue-green, churning sea that stretches out. Quite beautiful, in fact, kind of aquamarine in color for the waters. But along the horizon, you see what looks like a permanent, dense storm front. just kind of sitting there. You see arcs of lightning in different colors ran by. It's kind of like the mana storms that happen in Balathor. A similar kind of vibe. But occasionally you also see a twinkle and a piece of light fall from the heavens, piercing through the clouds and then striking the ocean in kind of this large explosion. And an occurrence like that seems to happen several times a minute.
Well, as all of this is happening and everybody's taking it in, as soon as they get to the gate and make our way in, Yandere is just going to bolt.
Inside?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Caleb's gonna follow.
The sudden increase in speed, a couple of the guards kind of look away at the sudden increase, like, whoa, whoa. These gentlemen wearing similar kind of red jacketed military attire. Oh, where do you come from?
Yandere ever go? Can I please pass?
He kind of takes a look at you. Are you a resident?
Yes. This is my home.
Friends?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Take him.
Off.
Much appreciated. As I'm running after Yandere.
He's a quick one. Come on, Godwin, let's go.
We follow.
Try to
Yep.
keep up
Where are you
with
heading,
Godwin.
Yandere?
Straight to the docks.
Okay. Yep. And Yandere pretty much, you head there. Vored, it's like, you're like, oh, yes, this is the place. There are pieces of it that look very familiar to you, and then some of the ones where you see where you think Yandere is children. Clearly that was a time ago because some things have changed. But it doesn't take you very long at all to kind of feel like you know exactly where you guys are heading. And then in the spot you saw, Yandere, you approach. I don't know if you're going to try and ditch your friends or not, or if you're just going to rush up there.
No, Vored already made a statement, so at this point it's moot.
Okay. Yandere, you run to the normal drop spot, a series of like lobster cages that have been kind of stacked up and unused for a little while, tarp thrown over the top. You go and quickly pull back the front tarp. And there you find the still fresh petals of a crystal crocus.
Yandere immediately picks it up and just kind of like processing emotions that Yandere doesn't normally process, especially out in the prime. You start to see him cry just a little bit.
Okay.
And then like he'll just turn back and say, "They got my letter."
Do you
I'm
need
glad.
like a hug or?
No. Sorry. It's been a while since I've been home.
Do you want to go visit the people who left this tower?
No.
Right. I remember.
Fulred is not going to say anything, feeling some sort of guilt for whatever the situation is. And he's still kind of feeling like shit.
We probably need to find a place to stay. As you could probably see, and like Yandere like points over his shoulder past the docks and out into the ocean or the water. We're gonna need to find a boat to go out. This is the Sea of Falling Stars. as I mentioned before, it's pretty dangerous, as you can probably see. And he's like breathing heavily, trying to get through the rest of the sentence, and just like, it's gonna, stars fall all the time, and so we should be able to find what we came for, and then leave.
Okay.
I do have a question. Considering you are somewhat on the run, that you gave the guard up front your real name, is that going to be an issue?
Eric, I would assume that they were a sentinel. Is that not correct?
He was wearing the red jacket. But yes, I mean you recognize him.
Okay. I don't think that's.
You don't know whether or not he's in on it, or if he generally has no idea who the hell you are. As you know, that's just kind of the way that works.
I don't think it's going to be a big issue. I was here whenever I was first told to leave, but nobody directly engaged me. So this is probably the safest place that I can be.
Okay. Then we are good. And I'm glad the people that you spoke to were able to find your letter. And you were able to make contact.
Thank you.
Let's find a place for the night then. You know any local places, or are we going to go with Volred's feelings?
I mean, there are a couple of spots here. If you can find a tavern, I would just suggest doing that. There's someone I need to speak with before I can really get us a spot to stay.
Alright, well, I don't speak Sylvan, so...
I do.
Alrighty.
We'll be at a nearby tavern.
I'll find you. It's a relatively big city, but not as big as some of the ones in the Prime. There's only a few places you could be.
Do you want company, or do you want to be alone?
This is something I probably need to do alone.
Okay. Good luck, and I'll see you in a little bit.
And then Yandere is going to take off again.
So, you guys start milling about the harbor district, seeing what there is to see. You pass a number of kind of seaside merchant buildings and warehouses with people moving in goods, mostly fish, but occasionally some other treasures of the sea. You also pass, right quick, Full Red, roll me a perception check.
Yes, sir. 14.
Okay. You pass through kind of a large kind of open air market. There are some people kind of yelling out and hawking things. You pass a like a fish stall, as people seem to be trying to kind of cut up and sell and purchase fresh fish from the day from the fishmongers. You kind of glance over and notice one of the women cutting up the fish looks awfully familiar to you as an adult version of the young girl you saw in the vision when you touched Yandere. Elven, Eladrin, but strong in the process of just cutting, filleting fish, tossing, catching. But your kind of sixth sense takes you just a little bit further down the street until you find the Starfall Tavern. By far, you know somehow, the most popular one in this area of the city.
Okay, so Starfall Tavern, is that what it was?
Yep, it is the Starfall Tavern.
We will go in.
Okay.
Kind of fitting for what we're hunting.
Well, we were at that one called the Cursed Arrow.
So, as you head in, the exterior is a welcoming facade with a sign depiction of falling stars falling from the heavens. It's kind of cozy, has a little bit of like a beach vibe, but not much really. But it's filled with an awful lot of people, mostly dock workers or people in the maritime line of work, who are just having conversations and enjoying their time. The walls have intricate paintings and murals depicting celestial scenes, star constellations, though ones not any of you guys would recognize. And looks like it kind of has some other pictures of like other places in the Feywild. Some look like they might be in autumn. You see another one that looks like somewhere else, but it's like a glade with meadows and flowers, and there's what looks like a beautiful woman who's in the process of strumming on a lyre. Um, and you guys just kind of find a nice kind of booth table. And one of the a man comes up to you, human, as far as you can tell, anyway. He kind of comes up. He's got these kind of gray eyes that have just like a little bit of gold in the middle, and has this kind of windswept, dark, kind of chestnut brown hair that looks a little oily, like he hasn't really washed it in a while, and it's just kind of curly and doing its own thing. But he kind of comes up, sets looks like a big old pitcher of some sort of beverage, and starts setting out tumblers. Welcome, friends. Welcome to the Starfall. My name's Eric Starfall, and I happen to be the proprietor here. You look like you're new in town, so this first one's on the house. But if you want seconds to start buying drinks for someone else, then sorry, you're going to have to pay.
Of course. What would you recommend, Eric?
Well, there are a few things that we could recommend. I have quite a few local cuisine. I also have a few exotic pieces, recipes I picked up from other areas in the Feywild. I do have a fish recipe from some that are taken out of part of a frozen ocean in the land of winter. Bit tricky to get, considering Mab doesn't like a whole lot of people in her area. It's, well, the fish itself might not look too tasty, considering it's got a inky black exterior, but I assure you, the inside is quite nice. Certainly nice with some lemon. Beyond that, I also have a variety of stew pot type dishes, a bunch of different gifts thrown in and boiled with lots of spiciness.
I will take a smattering of different exotic items. And
That'll get you a bit of the works, a little bit of everything.
that would be astounding.
Perfect. All right, I'll go get that done, and shouldn't be too long.
We're just going to
Leaves
family
you.
style the meal.
Yeah. So you guys get a few moments for further discussion before he returns, should you wish to take it.
So, should we try to procure a boat for tomorrow tonight or tomorrow morning?
I think Yandere said he would take care of it. No.
I don't know.
Regardless, I think we should wait to see until he gets back.
Oh yeah, I was
But
passing the time.
yes, I really want to try that frozen fish recipe. I hope he brings that out. But besides that, you guys looking forward to going on a boat tomorrow into the Starfall Ocean, whatever?
I'm looking forward to having another vision. Hopefully that'll happen again.
When did you get, like, do you know what triggers those things? Is that your little seizure you had?
Yeah, I took that potion. The elixir that allowed me to communicate with the feywild, which, Eric, I assume you haven't said otherwise. I still kind of feel like... Uh-huh.
Yep.
And I'll just explain that.
So what if you touched, like, Calum?
I reach out and just put my palm on Calum's face.
I was gonna say gingerly caress him, but nope. You touch his face, but feel nothing.
Okay.
Other than the fact that he might want to wash it with some soap. Got a little bit of travel going on there.
Well,
I
don't
don't
we
feel
all? We just
anything.
got here.
I don't feel anything, Calum, but boy, my hand is sure shiny now.
It's all the oil.
Is there anything in the room that, like, some sort of decoration, tchotchke, or just like...
I mean, there
something-
are paintings, kind of over the walls and stuff.
Yeah, is there anything interesting enough that I would think that I might just want to go over and touch to see if it, like, gives me a nice little zap?
I mean, they all look to be like landscapes, places. One of them, as far as you can tell, looks like a waterfall, but the water falls from the clouds, so you can't actually see the top of it. And that one, you actually see part of the throne, that massive tree. So that actually looks like something that might be here in autumn.
Okay. So I touch it.
Okay. You're kind of like leaning over a table of people who are just kind of looking at you like, they're a problem? But,
so sorry.
yeah, you touch it.
I'm just imagining you touching it and then having a seizure on their table.
And nothing happens.
I got him.
My apologies, that painting was very moving to me. Enjoy your evening. And I just walk
And
away.
you're kind of looking over and go, yeah, I get it. Silver Falls, I mean, we've all taken a girl there a time or two.
And I just walk away backwards, like still facing them for like 5 or 6 steps.
Yep.
And then
About the time you kind of get back to the table, Eric is coming back with these 2 kind of like large platters and starts kind of putting them along the center. They look like a table runner of food before you. Looks like a smattering of things like crawfish or shrimp, different kinds of fish, oysters, some other animals you don't really recognize. But looks to be a little bit of everything.
Caleb, look, the fish you were talking about.
Yeah. Sounds very interesting. I will let everybody imbibe from it as well. I'm not just going to take the entire thing by myself.
I will have a super small piece because I don't trust a completely blacked out fish.
I get it. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, so you eat it. It is actually pretty nice. It's weird. It's like when you grab it, it's like the flesh is still kind of hard, like it's partially frozen still. But when you put it in your mouth, it's warm, but it's almost kind of like it just kind of turns to mush and melts. It's a really weird sensation in the mouth, but it tastes pretty good.
I don't like it.
Textural thing, I get it.
Mhm. I'll stick to somewhat more normal food, although none of this is. So.
Hey, look, rainbow trout.
Oh, delicious.
It's
I love
completely
rainbow
colored like a
trout.
rainbow. That's a lot more rainbow than I was expecting.
It's
Have you
actually a
never seen
rainbow.
one?
It's a whole 7-colored fish. Look at that. 1800 attack.
The fish just looks like a entirely like bedazzled gay pride flag.
Jesus.
It's
No wonder
glimmering.
things. I bet this thing's like endangered or something.
Oh, that's when you're supposed to eat it more. It helps with the ecosystem, I
Yeah,
believe.
you're in danger of never getting to eat it again.
I think that's a rich person thing.
Well,
I only eat endangered species.
whenever anything I heard was endangered, we simply ate more of it.
Yeah, that sounds right.
I thought it. I don't know why. I just thought it would help. That's what my family would say.
Okay. Well, it just kills them faster.
Yeah.
I mean, we did manufacture a bunch of weapons, so maybe the morals were still in line with the rest of the morals.
That
Yeah,
sounds about right.
Par for the course.
DeAndre, what you up to?
So I would go to the Sentinel base. Would be the first place that I would go.
Okay, the last hideout you're familiar with.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, that one over near the cliffs that sit below the lighthouse. A back, a small kind of warehouse, way back in an alley of an alley of an alley, kind of situation. Nonetheless, you do kind of find one. You see a couple men kind of sitting outside. One in a ladrin. The other appears to be a fox person.
Do I
A
recognize
Volparen. Just not dressed in sentinel garb, but definitely perhaps lookouts.
Do I recognize either one of them?
Nope, they would not have been one of your cell.
Is this the only entrance that I know of for the previous place?
There would be one other entrance that lets out farther away from the city. In the instance they need to get people smuggled out of the city or into the city as necessary. This kind of leads to one of the private caves that, you know, kind of dot all along the expanse.
So I would approach, and then proceed to give them. My understanding is like the Sentinels were utilizing some forms of thieves' cant to communicate, and so I would proceed to give them the last password that I know.
Okay. Just walk up there and start giving them hand signals like you're. No, you strike up a conversation with them using very specific styles of speaking and word choice. As they kind of looking back and forth as they listen to you speak, the Volparen kind of sits there for a moment and goes, "How old are you, grandfather?"
Old enough. It's been a while since I've been here.
He's kind of looking you up and down. Perhaps you have the wrong place.
Andre looks and like regales the location again just to double check and make sure this is the right spot. No, I have the right place. And looks back over at the fox person. Can I, based off of their reaction, like how old are you? Do I feel like they have some knowledge of like the previous password, but it's so outdated at this point that it just seems weird?
Yeah, you definitely get, that's what you insight. And so the question at this point is they're trying to figure out, are you some dude who's just been out of the game for a while and need help? Or are you maybe some dude who found this really old password, and maybe you work for the Pumpkin King and you're just throwing passwords around thinking that it's the new one, you know? Who knows? They're trying to figure out whether or not you're a spy or if you've just been out of the game for a while.
So Yandere will look to them again and just simply say, tell your leadership that Tira sent me.
The Volparian kind of gives you kind of a confused look. You notice a recognition from the Eladrin. Kind of glancing you up and down, looking at your manner of dress, looking at your hair. There's a spark of, you think, something approaching recognition from him. You see him kind of slowly get up. Bang. Keep an eye on him. I'm going to go ask. Are you crazy? He goes, well, not sure. And he kind of gestures, wait here. And kind of heads inside. About 5 or 10 minutes pass. You can see the Volparians kind of getting a little antsy. If he hasn't come back this quickly, it's probably not good for you, my friend. So, if you have any prayers to make. And then the door kind of creaks open a little bit. The Eladrin sticks his head out. He's good. Come on in. Volparian, you go. You're not good. I never get to have any fun.
As Yandere walks in, he's going to peer back over at the Volcarian and just be like, I pray you don't find yourself on the wrong end of that silver tongue. And then continues to go in.
Yeah, the guy, the Eladrin, kind of comes in, taking a good look. He's got kind of like an auburn, but mostly like brown hair. Just kind of comes down to his shoulders a little bit. Kind of slicked back behind his ears. He's wearing a number of, ear accoutrements. And seems, as you can see him, he looks like someone who is probably middle class, but is definitely dressing lower than his normal station. So he's there, but like, you look at the complexion and the way he carries himself, and you're like, okay, definitely some kind of disguise as far as you can tell. As you're coming through, well, if you are who I think you are, then I'm not entirely sure what you think you're doing here. But if we can help you, I suppose we can. But I think at this point, you'll have to speak with Carrie and see what he says.
It's good to see that he's still around.
Yeah, should have retired, but, work never ends. And he takes you to, like, the back area, kind of stops you at the door. Well, I guess you know what goes on from here. Hello, by the way.
Yandre.
Yes. Yeah, I figured as much. Your friend has name dropped you a time or time. Carrion as well. But anyway. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay. So, you head in?
Yeah.
Right. You pass in to the back room, familiar to you as one of the safe houses for the Sentinels here in the city. And there are a couple individuals all wearing kind of mottled green and brown outfits, kind of off to the side, most of which Eladrin. You see one who looks, he's, God, I forgot what exactly we called it. Starts with an O because I can know. Ophid. A snake person. Kind of off, taking a look. But it's the man who sits at the table on top of the dais who catches your attention. And as you kind of look down, seeing this massive globule individual of a walrus man kind of glancing down with like one partially broken tusk, going, Yandere, you son of a bitch. And we'll end there.
I like that voice.
So, yes, thank you guys for coming out for Chapter 98 and the Adventures of Athoria. Please come back next week for Chapter 99 at the Adventures in Athoria. So do that, and that will be fun, and we should see you this time. Videos should be available on Twitch right after we're done here, so feel free to go back and rewatch if you joined late or missed something. Here in a couple days, our wonderful producer Jace is going to get all of this stuff over on YouTube, so feel free to go there if you want to like, share, subscribe, all that kind of good stuff. And then I guess we'll see you next week.
Good night, everyone.
Hey.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Bye.